check the.
Sent over on the free ball, passed up by Romanis. Espejo into the middle, tipped over by Farndon. Kept alive by Riot. Good pass up by Romanis. Forearm set to the outside to Spencer. Set into the middle from Butts. Cut by Garb out of the middle, off the arms and out of play. It is 15-10 here in the opening set of the quarterfinal between the Riot Selects and Team VPA. It is 2 out of 3 in this quarterfinal, and the victor of this one will match up against the top seed in the tournament in Just for Fun in one of our semifinals happening later this morning. As that one drops in for a point for VPA. Farndon back to serve. Off the tape and drops over. Butt's able to get a touch, but can't keep it alive. And the ace for Farndon drops in and pulls VPA within 3. Is Farndon back to serve again. Passed up, and the overpass swung by Surset. Good dig that time by Espejo. Tight to the tape, and Sursen goes up for it. Can't quite get it over top of the tape. Point goes to Riot as Garb will go back to serve here for this Riot Selects. Deep float serve, passed up by Romanis. Espejo into the middle to Trash, and a good cut around the block. Off the arms of Garb there and out of play. Point and serve back to VPA. And Harlow Sursen back to serve for VPA. Swing from Thomas, good pickup though by Sursen, goes over. They'll reset on the far side for Riot. Set into the middle. A couple touches there along the way after the swing out of the middle. As Zomer on the attack for Riot. As Bailey Thomas will go back to serve here for the Selects. Good deep float serve, passed up by Romanis. Espejo gets there. Forearm set back. Romanis going to send it over on the free ball roll. Butts into the middle. Set to the outside pin. Good swing by Spencer. But it just wide of the court. The attacking error from VPA goes out of play. 18-13 the scoreline now for the Riot Selects. Serve from Thomas goes into the net. And that'll bring Jamie Spencer back to the line to serve for VPA. Spin server just wide of the court. Spencer trying to come to that far right sideline to the tee. Just out of play. Point goes back to Riot, and it's a 5-point advantage once again, 19-14. Serve by Rule, make that Zomer. Set by Butts, gets sent over, Espejo. Set goes inside, Romanis able to stay on top of it. A good swing through the block. And tools through, and the point goes to VPA. And that'll bring Tresh back to the service line here for VPA. Set to the outside roll, comes across by Perkins. It's recycled on the attack there by Espejo. To the left side, Romanis tips over. And sent over, no. Trying to get third contact, a little bit scrambly on the side of the net for Riot. Couldn't quite find it to get third contact over. Garb. Sent over in the free ball by Perkins. Espejo set into the middle. Good cut there by Farndon. Able to swing around the block set up by Riot. As Farndon cuts to one and brings VPA within two. It's 19-17. And a scramble on serve receive. Point goes again to VPA. They're within one. 19-18 to score. Good swing by Perkins, passed up by Tresh. Espejo to the outside, Romanis starting to heat up on that left side. Another great swing that time by Eva Romanis. Stays to the outside of the block, makes contact with the block through, and we're tied at 19. Good run here by VPA. Butts sets into the middle, tips over the top. Espejo into the middle, Farndon off the block. Good defensive location that time by Riot. Surston able to get over there. Butts into the middle. Tips back over, good location there on the attack. As Katie Rouse goes back to serve for Riot. Deep float serve by Rouse, passed up by Spencer. Forearm set by Espejo is a good one. Romanis stays on top of the ball, swings away, catches the top of the block there from Garb and drops to the floor. And a great back and forth here, especially midway through this set as we approach, or now into the 20s. So we're tied at 20 apiece. Maya Espejo. Back to serve off the tape, passed up by McGarvey. Comes in tight to the net, rolls off the forearms there of Butts. The point goes to VPA. And another good serve there by Espejo, sent back over. Second hand's taken now by Surston. Set to the left side, good swing by Romanis. Just gonna get sent over by Perkins, passed up by Richards. Set to the outside, Romanis tips down the line. Able to pick it up defensively, can't quite scramble to get it through. And the point goes to VPA. They are up 22-20. Set by Butts to the outside. Garb with a swing out of the left side pin. Richards takes second ball. Sent over by Surston. Passed up by McGarvey. Good swing by Rouse, but the block is there by Farndon. Then the overpass as Romanis puts it away. 23-20 now for VPA. As we approach the late stages of this first set of the play-in quarterfinal. Good pass up by Richards, out of the swing by Garb. To the left side, Romanis say there was contact by Riot. So the rally continues and was off the arms there of Perkins. Point goes to VPA, and it's now set point. Espejo continuing the service run. Float serve, catches the tape, no, bounces back. Off the arms there of Richards. Surson keeps it alive. Back to Romanis, sent over on the free ball. Butts takes first ball. Garb with a back set. Goes across to Thomas. Espejo to the left side. Romanis swings away. Passed up and brought back in. Sent over by Rouse. First ball by Richards. Espejo into the middle to Farndon off the block. Passed up by Perkins. Butts into the middle to Garb. Tips over the top. Richards gets there. Going to call a lift. Or a double on Espejo. So the point goes to Riot. Espejo gets the second ball. Surson stays on top, blocked there by Garb. And it's now 24-22. 24-23, excuse me. And a timeout taken here by VPA. And we'll be right back after this. Coming out of the timeout, 24-23 for VPA. Last 3 points, though, going the way of Riot. Service passed up by Richards. Espejo to the right side to Romanis. Off the tape and drops in. And the opening set of this quarterfinal goes to VPA. They convert coming out of the timeout. They take it 25-23. Riot looking to bounce back in this 2 out of 3 quarterfinal with a spot in the semis on the line. Join us back after this. You're watching the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am here in Kingston. Welcome back to the second set of the Volleyball Pro-Am play-in quarterfinal. Volleyball Pro-Am taking the opening set 25-23. And Riot looking to respond and force a deciding third set. And the victor of this game moving into the semifinals. Loser of the game. This tournament coming to an end. Served by Butts, passed up by Romanis. Sent over by Romanis on the free ball. Rouse takes first ball. Butts gets over, set to the outside. Thomas swings over top of the block, but a bit too much over the top as it goes out the back. And the point goes to VPA. As Romanis goes back to serve here for VPA. Tied at 1 in the early stages of this second set. Kept alive and sent over by Thomas. Set by Espejo to the outside. Spencer finds the back floor. Paints the baseline, and it's good for a swing out of the left side for VPA. Romanis back to serve again here for VPA. Good serve, passed up by Rouse. It's a good one on receive. Butts to the outside. Great swing down the line. They're going to call Riot on the net. The swing there by Zomer. Great pace on the swing by Zomer. But called on the net, so the point goes to VPA. Rouse on receive. Butts to the right side to Garb, and they respond. The good swing by Garb gets it to the outside of the drifting block set there by Spencer. And a side out there for Riot. Gets us to 3-2. Passed up by Spencer and receive. Forearm set by Espejo to the right side to Surson. Passed up by Perkins. Right side set, this time to Zomer. Defense picked up and just sent back over there by Rouse. And it's 3-3 in the early going here. As Andrea Garb. Back to serve for Riot. Espejo. Forearm set up to Surson. Can't quite find that back corner. Good high shot there by Surson, but can't quite get the drop in time. Point goes to Riot. As Garb with the serve. And it's the overpass there. And can't pick it up is VPA, and another point goes to Riot. Serve by Garb. Passed up by Richards in receive. Forearm set by Espejo to the outside. Spencer. Kind of a missed touch there by Jamie Spencer. Good contact on it, but couldn't quite get the snap. Just hit that ball a bit flat and goes out the length of the floor. Garb. Passed up by Richards. It's an overpass. But Riot scrambling to keep it alive. Punched over there by Thomas. Espejo. The outside Spencer. Good block though by Riot. Rouse getting over with Zomer. As Spencer just trying to get the tip to flush over. But clips into the tape and the point goes to Riot. They lead 7-3. Served by Garb. Passed up by Spencer. Espejo. Back to Spencer on the left side. Good pass up though by Perkins. Surson takes second ball, sent over by Spencer this time. Good hands out of the right side. Kept alive and put home by Surson on the overpass. As VPA sides out, it's 7-4. And Farndon to serve. And the serve by Farndon is into the net. Four-point edge restored for Riot. And the serve is there by Bailey Thomas. Tip into the middle by Tresh. Second ball taken this time by Zomer. Sent over on the free ball by Garb. Espejo push to the outside. Spencer comes down the line and finds the sideline as Jamie Spencer The shot out of the left side pin, turns and comes down the line. Back within 3, it's 8-5. Surson to serve. It's a deep float serve, passed up by Garb. Forearm set by Butts to the left side, tipped by Perkins. And the attack there by Perkins goes into the antenna. So it's 8-6 for Riot. Forearm pass by Garb to the right side. Zomer tries to cut down the line. The block is set there by Spencer, forcing Zomer to try to swing around it. Doesn't have enough court left to go. And it goes wide and out of play. As the service run from Surson continues here for VPA. Deep float serve by Harlow Surson. Butts into the middle. Good swing by Rouse. Does it touch hands? No. Another point for VPA, and we're tied, Zach, at 8.
It's a good match so far, Kyle. I mean, both teams battling back and forth. Close first set there. What are your early thoughts on this game?
We were talking with Jake, and obviously a lot on the line in this matchup. Obviously, the victor of this one, Zach, gets 2 more matchups with a semifinal and then either a final or a bronze medal matchup. And the loser of this one, obviously, tournament come to an end. So a lot on the line here in this first matchup of the day in the play-in quarterfinals for, again, the tournament coming to an end or 2 more matches. And very evenly matched, as we said, 25-23 in that opening set for VPA. A good fight back at the end of that first set by Riot. And Riot starting fast here is a good swing there by Rouse. Ends the run by VPA. But
yeah, I mean, we saw these two teams battle yesterday in the only third set match in the whole day. So, I mean, both teams can have what it takes to beat each other, but it's gonna be really who comes down at the end and down the stretch and is confident, you know.
Good serve by Zomer as VPA trying to get it back over on third ball. It just comes into the net. And the lead now back in favor of Riot. Good float serve by Zomer, passed up by Romanis. Espejo into the middle to Tresh. Contact off the block, forearm set across by Butts and sent over on the free ball. Espejo to the left side, Spencer. Off the top of the block there by Rouse and can't quite get enough of contact on it there to send it back over. As the point goes to VPA and we're tied at 10. With Jamie Spencer back to serve. Good topper passed up there by McGarvey. And off the arms and out of play. And it's 11-10 now for Riot with Katie Rouse back to serve. High float serve. Spencer with first ball. Espejo to the outside. Romanis cuts down the line just out of play. But a good turn there by Eva Romanis to try to come down and find that sideline.
Yeah, and these are the errors, Kyle, that we're talking about that separates the teams, you know, in these kind of close matchups. If any of these two teams want to have a chance of winning a prize today, they're going to need to limit those errors to an all-time low.
Float serve by Rouse. Espejo to the right side. Trash off the block and it drops in. So block set by Garb and Perkins, but the swing from the right side cuts to the inside of that block set up and drops to the floor. Riot still holding on to a 1-point lead. The serve is there from Tresh. Right side set. And the block is there. May have caught the tape on the way through too. And we're tied at 12 as Perkins tries to get the attack from that right side. Pass by McGarvey on receive. To the outside, Garb off the block, it's recycled. Butts comes back to the other pin. Good cut by Perkins though. As the set was inside, Zach, you could see Perkins seeing and making that adjustment and then coming back to the right side with the tip.
Yeah, great shot there. Really good heads-up play, seeing that there's a middle and 5. You know, we've seen that a lot in this tournament. Those tips to 5 when those middles are playing on defense. So
tipped over by Romanis. Play gets kept alive on the attack over by Garb. Good swing by Romanis off the block. Saw Perkins coming across as she and McGarvey exchanged sort of a conversation at the end there of who was in what spot positionally, but It was the right play by McGarvey to try to make contact with it and try to keep it alive, not knowing maybe where the defense was in behind her. Zomer, pass on receive, good swing by Thomas. As she catches the block and the misdirection off of it, drops to the open floor. Yeah. Tipped over by Garb. Set by Espejo. Rolls deep into 6 to Perkins. Pushed over by Butts, able to keep it alive. There is Richards. Romanis second ball, Surson. As they go corner to corner. Garb cuts back, good pickup by Espejo and sent over by Surson. Butts to the right side again, rolls deep into the corner. Passed up by Espejo. Surson just gonna tip it over on second ball. And a great decision to do so, in tight to the tape and sees the gaps in the pot.
Great heads up play there by Surson, you know, dumping that ball over on 2. No one in the gym expected that one, so.
Tied at 14, midway through this second set. And a serve goes into the net by Romanis. That'll bring Garb back to the service line. Passed up by Spencer. It's an overpass and a swing by Rouse. Finds the back corner. As Garb goes back to serve. Passed by Surson. And dug up and then wiped by Zomer. Surson set to the outside and trying to adjust is Spencer. Deep float serve, passed up by Richards. Espejo with a forearm set to the outside. Good swing by Spencer this time. Butts gets to it. Zomer set into the middle by Rouse, and the block by Farndon.
Big block there by Farndon. She got up high and closed that angle off.
Roll on the left side by Rouse, and goes off the arms and out of play. Thomas, the serve. Tresh on second ball, sent over by Romanis and finds the back corner. A little miscommunication there between Butts and Zomer. Surson goes back to serve. It's 18-16 for Riot. Deep serve by Surson off the arms there of Garb and then gets sent over on the free ball. And just falls in front of Surson. A little indecision between Surson and Espejo and who's going to take that first ball. Point goes to Riot and it's 19-16. Pass up, set back into the middle. Good cut out of the middle by Tresh. Gonna get sent over by Butts. First ball taken by Richards. High set to the left side, Spencer off the block. Good location defensively by Thomas. Perkins rolls over. Espejo into the middle to Tresh, cuts around the block. Patience there out of the middle from Rouse. Espejo high to the left side, good swing, and the net's moving. It's gonna go against VPA. As the follow through from Spencer carried her into the net. And the point's gonna go to Riot, and VPA is gonna take a timeout at 20-16. coming out of the timeout. A 4-point lead for Riot. 20-16 as Riot looking to force a deciding third set as VPA took the opening set 25-23. Passed up by Spencer on receive. Set back to Spencer, tipped over. Defense there by Zomer, sent over by Perkins on the roll shot. Espejo to the left side. Swing away by Spencer.
The great decision there from Maya Espejo, getting her attacker a no block there. You know, she's pulling the middle blocker in with the quick, and paid off there for VPA.
And Spencer now back to serve. Be a topper upcoming by Jamie Spencer. Kept alive by Riot though, sent over by Garb. Taken by Tresh. To the left side, a good swing by Romanes, but a great dig by Zomer. Tipped over the top, Surson able to get there. Sent back over. Richards to Espejo to Tresh in the middle. Good swing around the block. And kept alive and just gonna get sent over on the free ball by Riot. Espejo over, good swing by Romanes. As ever, Romanes cuts around the block and good pace on that attack, Zach, as it brings them within 2.
Yeah,
if
Team Riot lets her have that line, you know, she's going to eat that all day. So we'll see if there's an adjustment made here by Riot.
Good serve again by Spencer. It's passed up by Zomer to the right side to Rouse. Picked up by Richards. Second ball by Romanes and over by Surson. Garb. Forearm set to the outside. Good block by Tresh. And the roll shot this time, though, by Perkins in a great location. Goes into the pot, and it's 21-18 with Katie Rouse back to serve. Passed up by Spencer. Espejo goes to the right side to Tresh. Good swing through, but Zomer there. Garb. And into the net. On the attack there by Bailey Thomas.
Interesting decision there, Kyle, of setting the back row ball over the front row ball. Do you think there's some lack of confidence in their teammates there, or what do you think that's about?
Yeah, maybe just trying to get some variety and maybe pulled out of position a little bit. We'll see if they can regroup heading into this next point, as it's going to get sent over in a kind of a joust at the net, but no contact on either side. Zach, and drifts all the way out of play, and the point goes to VPA.
Yeah, VPA is coming up strong here. Down by 4 or 5 points earlier. Now it's a 1-point game, so we'll see if they can close this game here.
Forearm set to the outside. Garb swings over top of the block. Espejo to the left side. Romanes. Espejo into the middle. Farndon off the block, and Rouse is able to get there, but great job by VPA to stay the course. Good activity on defense here.
Yeah, I think this is a great showing from Maya Espejo, really varying up her offense and making the blockers guess, and it's creating great opportunities for VPA. So.
And Garb just kind of wipes it off the block there. Didn't have to have much pace on it, just seeing the block set up and just making contact off hands for the light tool and out of play. 22-21 for Riot. Perkins with the serve. Passed up by Spencer, but a bit of a scramble to get there for Espejo and then Romanes, and now it's 23-21 with Perkins back to serve. Good float serve, passed up by Romanes. It's in tight. Espejo adjusts. Got a little bit late to get into the attack there, and the set a little bit low.
Yeah, we're seeing these errors pile up again, Kyle, especially at the end of the set. It's not good. Looks like Riot's going to take this one here.
Espejo just got a bit of a dump there on second ball. Now takes second hands right back out to Romanes. Good swing to stay aggressive after an attacking error in the last sequence. Richards takes first ball. Sent over, good aggressive swing out of the back row, Zach, with set point staring them in the face.
It gives them a chance.
Great job by Spencer to stay aggressive and swing away out of the back row. And it's 24-22 with Espejo serving. She's got a good float serve. But it's shortened into the nets, and the set will go to Riot, Zach, and will go to a deciding third for a spot in the semifinals. Join us back right after this. And welcome back to the Volleyball Pro-Am quarterfinal play-in between Riot and VPA. Riot taking the second set. We're tied up 1 set apiece. And it'll be a push to 15 for a spot in the championship semifinals. First serve of the third set from Espejo. Butts to the left side, swing there by Thomas. Picked up by VPA, and a good swing by Romanes on that left side pin, and
puts VPA on the board here early. That's good. Last I remember in the third set, they had a couple points down at the beginning, so hopefully they can bring this confidence now.
Second match between these two teams in as many days, and both of which have gone to the deciding third set. So very evenly matched as the attack there by Garb goes into the net.
We spoke about this a little yesterday, Kyle, but it's nice to see the younger age here competing with the older women, and it's giving them some confidence moving forward in their careers as well. So it's awesome to see.
Overpass there by Riot and swung back by Romanes. And it's a 3-0 start here in this third set, Zach, for VPA. Looking to continue their day here and play into the semifinals. As a set by Butts to the outside by Thomas. It's blocked by Surson. Point's going to go to VPA again. They call Riot on the lift.
Big block there by Surson and Maggie Farndon there. Young, like we spoke about, younger age girls, but putting up really solid blocks together.
And off the arms there and serve receive, and it's an ace for Espejo. And a third of the way through the set, Zach, and it's been all VPA. 5-0 to start here. Good float serve again by Espejo. Set out of the pipe this time to Rouse. Good read on the block by Farndon. Espejo to the left side, tipped over by Romanes, and can't quite get there as McGarvey. And the momentum continuing to build here, Zach, for VPA as they're up 6-0 to start here.
Oh no.
The serve from Espejo goes long and puts them in some work on our camera here.
Sorry, Everett.
With a side out by Riot on the service error. Butts just going to send it over on second, but couldn't find the location. Goes wide of the court. And it's a 7-1 advantage here for VPA. Eva Romanes. Passed up there by Zomer. Off the tip and passed back in by Richards. Espejo to the left side. Spencer catches the block drifting and able to swing to the outside hand of Garb. And they'll do the third set turnaround here. And an 8-1 advantage here for Riot, for VPA. As they come back around again in the 8-1 lead.
Yeah, we're hoping here that the younger ages typically aren't able to close sets, in some key moments. So we're hoping that they can continue this confidence and this trust in each other through the rest of the set and finish the set off without any hiccups, Kyle.
Eva Romanes back to serve. And it's a good float passed up by Zomer. Butts able to get there, and then Zomer tips it over. Espejo scrambles to get there and keeps it alive. Butts set into the middle. Rolls in. Good movement by Richards. High forearm set to the outside. Second ball taken by Perkins. Just going to get sent over by Garb. Pass back in by Richards. Espejo to the outside. Spencer off the top of the block. Forearm set to the left side pin, but just going to get sent over on the free by Perkins. Surson trying to get there. Can't quite do so. And that ball drops in, and it's 8-2. And a side out by Riot, and they need to start building on that now to try to close the gap here and get back into this third set. Passed up by Richards on receive. Set into the middle, tipped over by Farndon. Passed up by Butts. Going to get rolled over. Romanes able to get there. Sent back over by Surson. Butts tip into the middle by Rouse. Great location, but Espejo scrambles to get there, Zach.
What a play,
Good
Kyle.
contact and pops back over. Great job and good hustle.
They're playing quite scrappy right now, and that's what you like to see out of a team that's just young.
9-2 in this third set. And Farndon back to serve. Serve short and into the net. And gives one back to Riot. It's a 9-3 advantage. Passed up by Romanis. It's an overpass. Time for Riot to set up. And a good dig, though. Espejo gets there to scramble. Sent over by Spencer. Butts to the right side. Zomer comes back across. Second ball taken by Surson. And just sent over by Spencer. Espejo back to the left side to Spencer. Block is there and they'll recycle. Sent over on the free ball. Good location by Espejo. Set Perkins rolls over, and a great location by Neo Perkins.
Does look like the legs are getting tired for this VPA side. Hopefully they can turn it around here and not let the Riot team back in it.
9-4. Bailey Thomas to serve. Passed up there. Richards takes second ball, and the serve received by Romanis, sent over by Tresh on third. Thomas butts into the middle to Rouse off the block. Able to keep it alive as Espejo. Romanis gets over and then sent over by Spencer. Butts, good push to the outside. Defended there by Romanis. Into the middle to Tresh. Recycles off the block. And passed up there by Spencer. Espejo over to Jamie Spencer. Cuts over top of the block. Good job to get there defensively, though, from Riot. Good cut by Tresh, but it's dug up. And then rolled over by Perkins. Surson had enough of that rally and just puts an end to it. Sends it over, Zach, and finds the pot.
Yeah,
great job on both sides of the net on that rally.
That was a great long rally, and I see, like we talked about before, some of those little moments where you can just dump the ball over on two, but makes the defense a little shocked and can get you out of those positions. So,
roll shot there by Perkins. Espejo to the left side. Good cut and adjustment there by Spencer. Swing into the middle. Good pickup, though, defensively by Richards. It's a good swing by Rouse, but it's dug up. And then a little crossover there into the backcourt between Romanis and Richards. And it's a 10-5 advantage here now for VPA. Riot trying to close the gap here. And the serving run by Zomer. As Espejo sets a little bit too far over, but dug up by Romanis. Set back to Spencer. Was a little bit in tight to the net and not sure what to do with it. The ball kind of caught in the tape there, Zach, and rolled back over. Double touch called. Yeah,
sometimes those tight balls are pretty tough to manage if you're not getting the right footwork down. So
10-6 now. It's passed and received. They'll get Spencer back after first contact. This one a little long and out the back.
Just like that, Riot's creeping back, Kyle.
Back within 3. Float serve again by Zomer. Spencer has to bring it back in. It's just going to get sent over on the free ball. Good cut by Rouse and finds the back corner. And they're continuing to chip away here, and they're going to take a timeout, settle things down, maybe catch their breath a bit, Zach. But again, the serving run by Tara Zomer, putting some service pressure here on VPA and have allowed them to come back a little bit. We'll see what happens after the timeout. Stay right with us. coming back out of the timeout. 10-8 is the advantage here for VPA. Trying to close this out and book their spot into the semifinal. And a good swing by Spencer finds the gap in the block. And just needed a minute, Zach, to talk things over. And it's an 11-8 lead now with Spencer back to serve. Good pass up there by Zomer. Set to the left side. Cut goes out the back on the attack there by Perkins. Topper upcoming here by Spencer. Set to the right side. Off the arms of Surson and out of play. Good swing that time by Rouse. And it's 12-8. Katie Rouse back to serve. 12-9 the advantage. Passed up by Spencer. Tresh. Forearm set to the far side. Romanis sent over on the free ball. Tip into the middle. Garb tips over the top. Second ball by Tresh now. Romanis. Perkins. Into the middle to Garb. Off the block. And able to get there with Spencer, but drifts off the forearms and out of play. And it's now 12-10. Deep float serve. Passed up by Surson. To the outside, Romanis. Just rolls into the pot. Kept alive by Zomer. Push to the outside. Good cut back. Spencer able to get contact on it. Romanis swings. Rouse. Cross to Perkins. Good block there by Tresh. To the left side again. Rolls into the pot this time. Left side ball. Romanis. Off arms and out of play. And a great job by VPA staying the course there. A couple of recycles and a good swing off the right shoulder of Eva Romanis. Off the arms and out of play, Zach. And a good cut by Garb, though, to side out and answer the call. Back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see both these teams, Kyle, swinging hard and aggressively in these moments, because a lot of times teams get tentative and scared to kind of make a mistake, and they're kind of swinging away, which is nice to see.
Great pass and received by Richards and leads to an attack by Romanis. Perfect sequence. That time by VPA. Great ball and receive. Great set by Espejo to the outside, and Romanis swings away. And that brings us to match point, Zach. 14-11 for VPA. Good serve by Espejo. Passed up by Zomer. They set into the middle to Garb, and Garb keeps Riot alive with another match point opportunity upcoming, but a great cut to the right side around the block. And now it'll be Butts with backhands from the service line to try to close the gap further. It's a hard serve. Good pass up by Romanis, though. They set Romanis back to the right side, off the block through, and Team VPA win the third set 15-12 and book their ticket into the semifinals against Just for Fun later this afternoon, Zach. And again, a great showing from Team Riot in this tournament, and an excellent job back and forth in this matchup as well. But it's a 15-12 third set victory. But thank you to Team Riot for joining us here at the Volleyball Pro-Am, and a great couple of days. And now heading into the semifinals will be Team VPA, as they'll take on Just for Fun. But our first semifinal will be upcoming next, as Team Sweet Digs will take on Team 2.0. Join us back for that here shortly. Welcome to the first semifinal here, the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am. It is Sweet Diggs taking on 2.0, and the first point of the match goes off the serve from Kennedy Millen. As Millen will go back to serve once again here. The victor here booking their spot in the championship final. As the set from St. Maurice goes to the outside to Michaela Jones. Millen into the middle, good touch there by Sixna. As Amanda Sixna angles around the block set up in the middle by Menardis. Thanks, buddy. Millen. Back to serve, it's a deep float, passed up by Boileau. Set into the middle, good read on the block that time by Amanda Sixna. So they try to run the middle to Charlotte Menardis. And the first 3 points of this opening set go to 2.0 as Kennedy Millen back to serve once again. Deep float passed up by Boileau. St. Maurice. Boileau out of the pipe. Good pass up out of the back row by Stewart. Push to the outside. Lemire rolls over the top. Set to St. Maurice on the outside, and the swing by Jones, and the block coming across, set by Amanda Sixna and Emily Fost.
That's a big front row there for them.
And the first 4 points of the set, Jake, going to 2.0 as Millen continues her service run. Passed up St. Maurice to the outside. Jones tips over the top this time as Millen able to scramble to get there. Forearm set to the outside, off the arms. And out of play. And another great swing out of the left side this time by Amy Lemire, off arms and almost right to us.
2.0 is coming out with a really hot start here in the first semifinal game.
Millen continuing to serve. Passed up by Willow St. Maurice. As Boileau stays on top. Good pass up though by Lemire. Millen to the right side to Fost, and the side out by Sweet Diggs as Fost trying to go cross there. Didn't quite get the set over far enough as Fost was forced to go cross but didn't have the pace to come across. 5-1 the lead. As St. Maurice with the serve. Millen to the right side. And just out of play on the attack by Amy Lemire. And back-to-back points for Sweet Diggs. They're back within 3. As Livia St. Maurice back to serve. Float serve well wide of the court there, in the service error by Livia St. Maurice. And that'll bring Amy Lemire back to the service line and Mary Stewart into the front row. Float serve by Lemire, passed up by Boileau. Right side ball to Jones, and a block there by Mary Stewart. As they set Michaela Jones this rotation, Jake, on a right side ball, but Stewart reads that one all the way. Good contact and timing on the block. Drop to the floor. 7-2, 2.0. Served by Lemire, this time short and into the net. And that'll bring Jones back to serve here now for Sweet Diggs. 7-3 the advantage for 2.0. Millen runs the pipe to Amy Lemire.
I like that decision from the setter there. Go to the back row there.
Finds Lemire on that pipe route, but couldn't quite find the floor, trying to cut into 5. And couldn't find the sideline, and the service error by Jones. Gives one back to 2.0. It's 8-4 here in the early stages of this opening set, the first of 2 semifinals. Amanda Sixna back to serve. Passed up by Jones. St. Maurice to the outside. Boileau. Great dig, though, by Lemire. To the left side, Stewart comes back across. Dug up well by Boileau. And heads-up play there by Stewart, Jake, to get over and read the block, but knowing that it was probably going to come up a bit short, pulls the hands away and forces...
Smart play there for the right side blocker.
Forces St. Maurice into making a decision, just trying to adjust to it, but... Or, excuse me, make that Berube. Good pass up, though, and receive this time. Berube Rolls over the top on the right side. Millen. Right side ball to Faust, tips down the line. Passed up by St. Maurice to the outside. Boileau able to use that left hand to come back across. Faust. Set to the left side, and Boileau straight down the line. We talked a lot yesterday, Jake, about Boileau as a lefty on that left side pin, able to cut down the line with a lot more frequency maybe than a right-handed attacker on that left side pin.
100%. Very accurate down that line as a lefty on the left side. Very talented player.
Serve off the tape and rolls over for Menardis as Sweet Diggs making a bit of a run here to close the gap. They're trailing by 3. It's 9-6. He floats serve, passed up by Biasi. To the left side pin to Stewart, off the block there by Ouimet.
Wow, what a set.
Off the block, and it's tooled there by Berube. As they see that block drifting across, and the movement to the block along the net allows Berube to see it and tools it off the hands and out of play.
A great set by the libero as well. How the block is on the other side, thinking she was going to go left.
Short serve this time, though, by Menardis, gives one back to 2.0. And it's a 10-7 lead with Emily Faust back to serve. Good float serve by Faust. St. Maurice into the middle. Ouimet recycles. St. Maurice to the left side. Boileau rolls over. Faust able to pick it up. To the left side, Stewart. And just out of play on the attack by Mary Stewart. As the point's going to go to Sweet Diggs. They're back within 2, and that'll bring Berube to the service line. Hand pass there by Biasi on the step to Christine Abu. Kept alive and sent over on the free ball. Good defense by Sweet Diggs. Run the step again. No, they get it to Stewart. And great activity along the net by 2.0 as we had Christine Abu run the step on the first sequence. And then Abu going back to the step around, but then Millen coming to the left side pin throughout the course of the same rally. So have to respect the step around there, and it gets a one-on-one block to the left side. Boileau responds, though, picked up by Biasi, sent over on the free ball by Stewart. As Ouimet takes first ball, push to the left side. Boileau off the block.
Wow.
It's going to tool. Millen plays it up. Biasi, forearm set to the left side pin to Lemire. And the roll shot falls in front of Berube. And it's a 12-8 advantage here now for 2.0. Passed up by St. Maurice. St. Maurice to Boileau. And a good response out of the left side by Christine Boileau. As she's able to eat up the block.
Good call from the setter to give it back to her there after she got dug up.
12-9 the lead here now for 2.0. Tipped over, recycled by Ouimet.
Wow.
Christine Abu with a
ball.
great set, though, by Kennedy Millen to find Abu. We just talked about the mobility and the movement that Abu brings to the middle position and being able to swing from the right side out of the middle. And that time they get her coming around on that step around, and it's a great run by Millen to find her and a good execution by Abu.
I agree with all that.
Serve coming by Abu. Passed up St. Maurice. Ouimet forearm set to the left side, ball to Jones. Well dug up. And again, a swing by Lemire. St. Maurice on the step this time to Ouimet. St. Maurice, back to St. Maurice, to Jones, tips over. Sixna able to get there, Millen to Lemire, stays on top of it. St. Maurice to the pipe this time to Boileau, off the block of Sixna. And back to the open floor. And a lot of congestion along the front of the net, so they go to the outlet to the pipe to Boileau, but it's met by a block by Sixna.
She might be the leading blocker in this tournament so far. If I were to put someone in that position, it might be Amanda Sixna.
Jones scrambles to keep it alive on second ball. Tipped over by Sixna. St. Maurice is there. Great run that time on the set, though, but just a little bit inside. But great job by Olivia St. Maurice to kind of as a decoy there, Jake, to fake that ball running into the left side and then flick it behind her. Maybe Ouimet not anticipating it, but just couldn't get enough contact on it to get the ball back over the net. 15-9, the lead for 2.0. To the left side to Jones. Good sharp cut, but it's a little too sharp. So it goes wide of the court. The point goes to 2.0. They're up by 7. Good serve by Abu. Sam Maurice to the left side, cut down the line by Jones. Second ball taken, and a great dig by Willow St. Maurice. Tip into the middle. They run the cut to Emily Fost, but out of play. Great job on the defensive sequence on this side here, Jake. Willow St. Maurice been excellent all weekend as a libero. Served by Ouimet. Rolled over by Lemire, passed up Boileau. It's the middle, and a good use of the tool by Charlotte Menardis.
She needed that one there.
And they're back within 5. 16-11. With Ouimet serving for Sweet Diggs. Sixna stays on top of it to get some pace on the contact. Jones with a good swing, though, to the left side. As Michaela Jones starting to heat up. Good pace behind the attack there. She's swinging sharp cross, and that time she catches the floor. Within 4, it's 16-12. Set by Sixna. As they run Sixna out of the 30 gap, but didn't need to swing hard on that one. Passed up by Boileau. St. Maurice to the outside. Jones.
Oh.
Miscommunication a bit there between Fost and Millen to see who is going to get there for second ball. It's a 4-point lead, though, for 2.0, 17-13. St. Maurice to serve. Off the hands there of Sixna. Stays on top of it, though, and a lot of pace on the attack by Amanda Sixna. Didn't need to be tricky on that one, just put pace behind the swing. Off the hands of the block and unable to return from Sweet Diggs. Passed up by St. Maurice. St. Maurice to the right side, ball to Jones, tips over. Sixna stays with it. Sent back over to Stewart. As Willow St. Maurice gets to it, to the left side. Berube recycles. St. Maurice to Boileau. And sending
another block from Sixna.
They try to run the pipe out of the back to Boileau, and Sixna reads it all the way, Jake. Just sends it right back. 19-13 for 2.0. Good push to the outside, rolled over by Berube. Forearm set by, good swing by Stewart. Kind of pinballs between the two blockers. As 2.0 separating here late in this opening set, they lead 20-13. As they look to take the first set in this first semifinal. Deep float serve, passed up by St. Maurice. And a roll there by Jones. Good decision to do so, just didn't quite find the real estate to land in play. Sees the block set up and trying to cut around it, but it's a little too far over to that right side pin to try to get the line shot to work. It's served by Amy Lemire. St. Maurice to the left side ball. Gets recycled off the block. St. Maurice right side set, this time to Jones. Cuts down the line, good touch by St. Maurice, but can't keep it alive. As the point goes to 2.0. As they're up 22-13. That one just out the back.
Ooh, that was a close one there.
Big call by the linesperson here to be able to see that one. 22-14. With Jones serving. 1-to-1 serve. It's picked up by Sixna along the way. Rolls along in the net by Fost and goes out of play on the attacking error. 22-15. Little miscommunication on the overpass. And that point's going to go to Sweet Diggs. As they're calling Sixna over the net, interfering with the contact. And they're back within 6. Chipping away here. They run it back to Sixna. Great set by Millen, who was already coming across and looked as though the only set option there was going to be to the left side, but Sixna steps back around to the set, and Millen able to flick it behind her. And it's 23-16. Passed up by Boileau. To the left side, Boileau off the block, gets recycled. St. Maurice back to Boileau, off the block, and Christine Abu with a spectacular block out of the middle to the open floor. Great timing and anticipation by Abu. Able to come across the tape and meet the ball after its contact. And the ace to finish it off for 2.0. Doing a great job to close out that set with a big block and then an ace to finish it off. They take the opening set of this first semifinal, 25-16. Join us back for the second set. You're watching the 2025 Volleyball Pro-Am here in Kingston. Welcome back to the second set, the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am. The first semifinal between Sweet Diggs and 2.0. As 2.0 taking the opening set, 25 to 16, and then get the first point of this second set.
From a setter dump.
By Kennedy
She
Millen.
hasn't done that too often this weekend, especially as a lefty setter. I'd like to see a little bit more turn and burns from her.
Millen back to serve. Deep float serve. A little too deep, goes out the back. And the service error point goes to Sweet Diggs. And that'll bring Michaela Jones back to serve. Millen.
What a
Forearm
set.
to the left side ball. Great swing by Lemire. We had a great set by Kennedy Millen. Getting the forearm ball to that left side pin.
Canada.
Emily Fost. Good serve by Fost. Floats all the way into that back right corner. Good block across though by Sixna. As Amanda Sixna comes across, closes the block with Stewart. And just able to read it so well and gets contact on it. 3-1 for 2.0. Great serve by Fost. A lot of movement on that float serve. Comes to the left side, Boileau. Good pass up. Right to the left side, and a good swing by Stewart.
Forward.
Right side ball coming across, and a good angle there by Lemire. And it's going to go out of play though on the swing. Point's going to go to Sweet Diggs, and it's 4-2. Passed up by Sixna. Good push to the outside to Stewart. Trying to come back across, trying to go off speed a bit as Stewart saw the block and didn't quite get the roll she was looking for. Goes wide of the court, and the point's going to go to Sweet Diggs, and it's 4-3 early on in this second set. Off the tape and rolled, picked up by Stewart. Can't quite get there as it drops in front, and we're tied at 4. Serve upcoming by Menardis. And a good run out of the middle, though, to Sixna. Great side out by 2.0s. They run it to Amanda Sixna, and she'll now come back to serve and brings Christine Abu into the front court. So 5-4 the advantage here for 2.0 as Sixna waits the whistle to serve. Passed up by St. Maurice. St. Maurice to the outside. Set back to the left side. Stewart has to adjust and it tips. Kept afloat by Sweet Diggs, sent over on the free ball. Millen to the step around to Lemire off the top of the block. And drops to the floor. Lands in play nonetheless, but a good swing out of the right side by Amy Lemire. And 2.0 back up by 2. Passed up by Boileau to the right side. Good block coming across by Stewart. Getting a touch on the swing there was Berube, but Stewart able to read that one all the way. Takes the hitting lane away from MJ Berube. And it's 7-4. Shorter serve this time by Sixna, but catches the tape. Tipped over, good activity by Sixna, and then tipped over by Berube as Amanda Sixna playing some defense. Great activity to get underneath and keep that ball alive after coming from the service line. Lead doubled up, it's 8-4. Good serve by Sixna again for no. Caught a bit too much of the float and goes out the back. And it's 8-5 with St. Maurice back to serve. Capasso passes up and receive, runs to Christine Abu. Set into the middle. Great job by Abu. Getting that left hand out to take away the attacking option. And Jake, both of these middles for 2.0 being active along the net, playing some great defense.
I was just about to say the same thing. 2.0 middles. Some big blocks up front there.
Lemire to serve. Having to adjust inside, tipped wide and long as they try to, again, account for the block strength of this 2.0 team. And obviously trying to cut and swing around it, and when you have to do so, kind of overcorrect sometimes in that one wide of the court by trying to veer away from it. It's served by Lemire. Short one this time and pulls the receive in as Boileau can't keep it up. As 2.0 getting some sort of mid-set separation here, 11-5. Leading by 6 and up 1-0 in the match. Lemire to serve. Off the arms there of St. Maurice. And it's an ace for Amy Lemire. 12-5. The lead for 2.0. Amy Lemire on the serve. Deep float serve, passed up by Berube. To the left side, Boileau recycles. Jones was there to pick it up, but can't keep it alive for second or third contact.
Not much is getting across the net here on the 2.0 side with the blockers there.
So front court right now of Abu, Millen, and Stewart. And that one just flushed back by Christine Abu, the overpass off the service pressure from Lemire. And Abu doesn't have to do anything fancy, just flushes that one away from where the defense is set up. And 2.0 continuing to roll here, 14-5. Short serve this time though by Lemire. Service error, gives one back to Sweet Diggs and see if they can build on that. And steal a few from the line themselves. They got Christine Boileau back to serve.
Whoa.
That one.
Fire.
Like might have been going wide as Lemire there to have to make that sort of quick decision. A great serve by Boileau though. Pass and receive this time. Great set by Millen to get across. Good pace on the set to get Stewart up in the air early. And she converts. Swings it through the block, and it's 15-7 for 2.0. Good serve by Stewart. Back to the left side, and a good wipe off the block for the tool for Michaela Jones. Set was a little bit tight to the tape, Jake, but great use of that by Michaela Jones to wipe it off the block and out of play.
Very smart from Jones there.
15-9. Passed up by Stewart. Millen into the pipe. Great swing by Lemire, finds the baseline. As Kennedy Millen finds Amy Lemire out of the back row. And a great route to use the pipe outlet, 16-8. With Christine Abu back to serve. Set into the middle, Sixna's there. Kind of a soft block that time and couldn't quite get good contact on it. And the defense fanning out a little bit in behind Sixna. (16-9). Pass up and receive by Stewart. Millen to the left side to Fost. St. Maurice over to Jones. Great block that time by Sixna. Back set inside, Berube tips. Good decision there by MJ Berube. Kind of tip around the block set up by Fost. There's Capasso there, but couldn't quite get contact on it. Short serve, though, by St. Maurice into the net. 7-point lead restored. It's 17 to 10. With Kennedy Millen back to serve. Good serve by Millen off the arms of St. Maurice and into the stands. And a service ace by Kennedy Millen. Grows the lead to 8. It's 18-10. Good serve by Millen. Push to the outside. Good angled cut back in. Set back to the left side to Foes. Tries to cut around the block. A little too sharp, though. Gets away from the block, but away from the sideline as well. And it's out of play, and it's a 18-11 advantage here now for 2.0. Good serve, passed up. It's an overpass, though, by Fost. As the overpass sent back. For the point for Sweet Diggs, they're within 6. Passed up well that time by Lemire, though, and they run the middle to Amanda Sixna. She kind of runs into the 30 gap and swings away. Back up by 7. Serve by Fost. And good activity out of the middle this time from Sweet Diggs, but can't find the floor. The swing was there by Menardis, but wide of the court. As 2.0 gets to the 20s, they're up 20-12 with Fost continuing to serve. It's a strong float serve. Passed up well by Sweet Diggs, but an opportunity to attack again, and Lemire puts that one through the floor out of the right side pin. Just a great sequence by 2.0. So 2.0, another serve by Fost. It's a hard float serve to handle, and they run to Sixna in the middle. As she cuts around the block by Menardis. But again, the service pressure here from Fost, pulling Sweet Diggs out of system and allowing 2.0 to run their offense with some free balls coming back. And that time a little too much carry on the float. So it goes out the back. A 9-point gap, though, for 2.0, 22-13. And our 3 points to push now to book their ticket to the championship final later this afternoon. Passed up by Fost. Set to the left side, Stewart off the block. Sixna tries to flush. It'll get sent back over. Passed up by Fost. To the right side, Lemire off the block and out of play. And a great tool by Amy Lemire. Seeing the block close to that pin. Jake and just swings away. Hard, high contact off the hands and tools out of bounds.
High off hands. That's what we like to see.
So 23-13. Sixna serving, and it's a good one. Boileau rolls over. Good set to the left side, Stewart. Gets it through, but dug up well by Jones, and a block by Abu.
Massive block there. Oh my. Brings up set point for 2.0.
Set point and match point here as Sixna goes back to serve. Passed up comes in tight. The point's gonna go to Sweet Diggs. As they say, Mary Stewart kind of encroaches over the tape. So another match point opportunity here with Livia St. Maurice back to serve. Float serve. Just out of bounds as Fost leaves that one. And the service error from Sweet Diggs gives the second set to 2.0, 25-14. As 2.0, the first team to book their ticket to the Volleyball Pro-Am Championship match later this afternoon. And we'll see who will join them in the next semifinal coming up right after this between Just for Fun and VPA. Stay tuned for that after a quick break in the attacking warm-up. And join us back for the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am. Welcome back to the 2025 Volleyball Women's Pro-Am as we get set for the second of two semifinals between Just for Fun and VPA. As the first point goes to Just for Fun. The contact goes into the antenna. And that'll bring Jackie Ellis back to serve. That goes into the middle, tipped over by Farndon. Ellis to the right side and straight down the line on the attack by Megan Beattie. As the point goes to Just for Fun, and Ellis will come back to serve. A deep float serve, gonna go out the back on the service error by Ellis. As Eva Romanis back to serve for VPA. Deep float serve by Romanis, passed up by Wong. Set into the middle and a great run to Kelly Nyhoff. As Shanice Marcel will come back to serve now for Just for Fun, and it goes into the tape. A service error. The point goes to VPA. It'll bring Farndon back to serve. To the outside, cut by Davison. Off the arms there of Romanis and out of play. And it's a 4-2 start here for Just for Fun, with Kelly Nyhoff back to serve. Float serve by Nyhoff. Passed up by Romanis. Espejo gets there and sent over by Tresh. To the outside, Davison cuts down the line. And the overpass gets recycled back through, and there to press is Jamie Spencer. And it's a point for VPA and Harlow Surson. Back to serve. Trailing by 1, it's 4-3. Float serve, passed up by Shanice Marcel. To the right side, ball tipped over by Megan Beattie. Richards in, try to get there for the pancake. As Beattie will come back to the service line. With a 5-3 advantage here to start this opening set of the second semifinal. Espejo to the outside. Spencer, and the block there by Veltman and Ellis. Good timing on the block by Veltman and Ellis to take away any shot lanes there for Jamie Spencer. Deep float serve, finds the back corner from Beattie, who's starting to move and floated and caught that back right corner. Lead up to 4 here now, 7-3. Served by Beattie and drops in front of Romanis for another ace. This kind of goes right in between the seam there of Spencer and Romanis. So they'll try to shift over their receive, be a bit more central. Try to take away that corner as Spencer has to get there. Tresh gets there, and they get it back over, no. So Beattie kind of attacking that left seam into position 5 here in their last couple of serves. And pulling the serve receive over to the left of VPA, and it's found some success here. It goes right back to that location. The overpass and the swing away by Ellis. And it's a 10-3 advantage here. Last 6 points going the way of Just for Fun. Beattie serves again, catches the tape. And the service run by Beattie continues.
What is that, her 4th service ace of the set already? Let's see if she can get another one.
So yeah, Beattie continuing to have success from the line here. Passed up by Spencer. It's an overpass, leads to another attack here by Ellis. Just a lot of service pressure here by Beattie. Jake making it tough for the serve receive of VPA to stay in system and keep the ball on their side of the court. Some heads-up play at the net from the overpasses to get put home. But what was a 4-3 advantage is now ballooned to a 12-3 advantage here in the first set of this second semifinal between the top-seeded Just for Fun and the fourth-seeded VPA. But a timeout to try to talk things over. Maybe try to find a way to side out and get out of this rotation. And
yeah, it looks like Just for Fun over there is having some fun in the timeout, and it's a little bit more serious on the VPA side.
so coming out of the timeout, it's a 12-3 edge for Just for Fun. Zach Hutchison coming back on the mic.
And we're back.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Kyle. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good float serve again by Beatty. They get it over to Spencer. Good swing by Jamie Spencer, but it's dug up well by Beatty. And then a tool off the top of the block there by Savannah Davison. As the run continues here, Zach.
Tough competition for the VPA squad, but great experience nonetheless.
A 9-point run here for Just for Fun on the serves from Megan Beatty. Passed up by Romanis. Espejo to the left side. Spencer cuts down. Ouch. As the attack comes out of play, no contact on the block. So it'll be an attacking error. And another point for Just for Fun. And that one paints the back corner as Beatty's serves continue here. It's a 15-3 advantage. Spencer tries to go hand pass and
A little short there for a hand pass, I think, Kyle, but it's tough when Beatty's varying it short, long, you know.
she's had some success kind of moving that float serve around. And now goes to the opposite corner, passed up by Richards and receive. Comes over to Spencer, tips off the top of the block. Able to get there is Beatty. They keep it alive. Davison swings away, passed up by Romanis. Espejo gets there. Into the middle to Tresh, and the block is there from Veltman coming across with Davison. And it's a 17-3 edge now for Just for Fun. Passed up by Richards. Espejo has to get there. Sent back over as Tresh. The roll comes back to Marcel into the middle.
Some nifty action there from Kelsey Veltman, the left.
And a good swing by Spencer. It's Just for Fun trying to side out as Ellis with the misdirection there on the dump. But yeah, we saw Veltman kind of fake with the right hand there, Zach, and then tip over with the left.
Yeah, a little Lepke style.
But again, the service run here for Beatty continuing, 18-3. Passed up by Spencer. Can they find a way to side out here, VPA? Good cut by Tresh. Wong picks that one up and down the line on the swing there by Davison. Was over top of the block set up by Espejo. Served by Beatty. Off the platform there of Romanis and out of play. And again, a lengthy service run here by Megan Beatty. The difference here in this opening set. Float serve there by Beatty, finds the baseline. And it's a 22-3 lead now here for Just for Fun. And they call Beatty on the service line violation.
Point for VPA. It's been a while since they had one of those.
So 22-4. And a topper coming here from Spencer, trying to steal a few back, but goes out the length of the floor and a service error. So it was a 18-point service run, Zach, for Megan Beatty. Davison, passed up by Richards, as Espejo can't quite get there in time. And it'll bring up set point here for Just for Fun. As Davison back to serve. Passed up by Richards. Espejo to the left side. Romanis swings through, and it's met by a block, and it drops back to the floor. As Just for Fun takes the opening set by a score of 25-4. Join us back for the second set. You're watching the second of two semifinals here, the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am here in Kingston. Welcome back to the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am, second of two semifinals into the second set as Just for Fun take the opening set 25-4, and they will start with the serve here with Jackie Ellis. Passed up by Romanis. Espejo to the right side. Swung away by Spencer. Does she catch contact on the block? Yes. On the swing as Jamie Spencer gets the opening points of the second set for VPA. Spencer back to serve. Yeah, topper just out the back on the service error. As the point goes to Just for Fun. Good serve by Clary. To the outside, Romanis off the block there by Majikowski. And a tough thing to navigate through with a block of that size on the other side of the net. Majikowski and Nyhoff combined for the point. Passed up by Spencer. Romanis takes second ball. Good set to the outside to Sursin, who swings off the block and out of play for the Tool. And that'll bring Maggie Farndon back to the service line here for VPA. Short serve into the net. (3-2) the advantage here for Just for Fun. Again, looking to punch their ticket to the championship match against 2.0. Cut to the outside. Romanis off the block and into the antenna. Serson back to serve. Passed up by Just for Fun, set to the right side, and the swing across.
A little technical difficulties there, Kyle, but looks like Jake got it all sorted out.
Serve coming by Majikowski.
Thought it was 4-3.
Passed up by Romanis.
I guess it's only 3-3.
To the left side, cuts across is Romanis. Majikowski there for second ball, comes across to Davison, passed up by Serson. Espejo gets there for second ball. Spencer to the back row, good swing. Set into the middle, good cut, passed up by Emma Richards. To the left side, Romanis recycles off the block and then just gets swatted back by Kelsey Veltman into the open floor. As Majikowski go back to serve. As the float serve paints the baseline for the ace, and it's a 5-3 advantage here now for Just for Fun. Passed up by Spencer. Espejo into the middle, tips over the top. Set to the outside, Davison with the swing. Pops off the top of the block. Drops to the floor for a point. It's 6-3. For Just for Fun, as Majikowski's service run continues. Passed up by Spencer and receive. It's a good one. To the outside, Romanis off the block and out of play. Another tool by Eva Romanis. A great swing off the block and into the antenna. And a good side out by VPA. Good serve by Romanis. Set to the right side. Veltman squeezes it through the block. And a good side out this time by Just for Fun. They set Veltman on that right side ball that time, Zach. That'll bring Davison back to the service line.
They really like to do that split option there with Veltman because she's played a bunch of different positions throughout her career, I believe, and so she has the capabilities of doing that outside swing as well.
Good recycle on the swing there by Spencer. Gets it across to Tresh and trying to cut around the block, but a little too wide and goes the width of the court and out of play. Point goes back to Just for Fun. They're leading 8-4. Off the arms there of Richards in serve receive and out for the ace. Good serve though by Savannah Davison. Float serve again, passed up by Richards. Forearm set, Espejo to the outside. Spencer trying to catch the tape on the roll shot, but can't get the friendly roll to go over. 10-4 the advantage now for Just for Fun. Good pass up and receive by Romanis, but it's a little tight to the tape and not much Espejo can do with that one. Gets sent back on the overpass flush there by Samantha Clary. Passed up by Richards. Espejo able to get there on second ball. Sent over on the free, a little bit short. As it's now a 12-4 advantage. Again, stay tuned for later this afternoon. We'll have a bronze medal matchup. The loser of this matchup will take on Team Sweet Digs. And the gold medal matchup to follow between 2.0 and the winner of this matchup. As the run for Just for Fun continues, they're up 13-4.
Yeah, tough for these this young VPA squad to get through the block there of the experienced Just for Fun players. Kyle.
Passed up by Spencer. They run the set to the back to Tresh. Passed up well by Majikowski. To the left side, Clary cuts down the line. Romanis takes second ball. Good forearm set to the outside. They'll recycle. Actually rolls over. Try to run the C to Majikowski off the block there of Spencer. And they get Gabby Majikowski involved, Zach, out of the back row.
Yeah, not such a common play in women's volleyball, but when you got someone as physical as Gabby, it's definitely a good option for you.
Float serve passed up by Richards. Espejo to the outside to Spencer. Off the top of the block. Good hustle by Clary to get there, though. Majikowski goes again off the platform there of Surson. And another point there for Just for Fun, as they are up by 11, 15-4. Float serve again, passed up by Richards. Espejo to the outside. Spencer cuts down the line and finds the sideline. And a great side out for VPA, Zach.
Yeah, an even better call from the linesman there.
Able to see it right on top of that. And the service error as it just goes out of bounds. On the serve by Tresh. And the service error this time by Veltman. Gives one back. It's a 10-point deficit here now for VPA with Maya Espejo back to serve.
Yeah, I think the Just for Fun squad are giving Kelsey a little bit of trouble because she's the only one on their team that hasn't got an ace this tournament so far. So
Set from Richards. And the swing by Spencer. Clary with the cut just wide of the court, though. Good activity on defense from VPA. Making sure that one was going out of bounds was libero Emma Richards. And now Espejo back to serve again. Passed up by Clary. Set into the middle and a good cut, though, by Kelly Nyhoff to get around the block. And it's 17-7.
good showing here from VPA overall. I mean, like I said, they're a young squad, up and coming, but if they can get to 10 points here, I think that'd be a pretty good feat for them.
Great swing by Spencer. And Espejo able to get first contact and then sent across by Surson.
What a great heads-up play by Surson there.
Finds the back corner and gets Just for Fun's defense moving around. And a big point there for VPA. That'll bring Spencer back to the service line. Good cut by Jamie Spencer to the outside, and a response by Majikowski. Just up so high on that swing, Zach, and just goes right over top of the block.
Yeah, not much to do there, unfortunately.
Davison back to serve now for Just for Fun. As they inch closer to their spot in the Volleyball Pro-Am Championship match. Espejo just going to send it over on second as Clary gets there. And the swing by Davison goes wide. And another point here for VPA. That'll bring Farndon back to the service line. Good serve by Farndon. Ellis into the middle, great run to Nyhoff. Spencer stays on top in the swing. Out of the back row by Jamie Spencer.
The fans are going wild here. Looks like Spencer's hyping up the crowd now.
It's an 18-10 lead for Just for Fun. Set to the right side. Majikowski trying to come down the line. But set over right tight to that right side pin.
OT and out of bounds.
Misses the court on the attack. Lead is now 7. As Farndon with another serve. Ellis to the outside. Davison comes cross court. And just reaching high over top of the block, swings away. And the point goes to Just for Fun. Serve receive passed up by Richards to the outside. Romanis, good cut around the block. Ellis across to Davison. And Just for Fun going to be called on the net. So point goes to VPA, and that'll bring Harlow Surson back to the service line. And Maya Espejo back into the front row. So front hands, 2 front attacking options. As Surson with the serve. Set to Majikowski. Great dig by Surson. Richards gets there. They keep it alive and sent over on the free ball. Now have to be big at the net. Set into the middle, and the swing there by Veltman puts an end to the rally, but great hustle by Team VPA to keep that first effort alive, Zach.
Yeah, great job by Team VPA there. You can see they're riding the energy of the crowd right now, so it's great to see.
Majikowski with the serve. The arms there of Spencer are going to go out of play on the overpass. 21-12 for Just for Fun. Again, 4 points to push here now to qualify for the gold medal matchup here. Passed up by Richardson, receive. Set the back row to Spencer. And a little miscommunication in terms of the routes run for VPA. The point goes to Just for Fun. Off the arms of Romanis and out of play for the ace. And it's 23-12. Float serve and goes again, finds that seam.
That's that next level serving there where they're not aiming for players anymore. They're aiming for those seams, and those are the trouble zones for the receivers there.
And Majikowski able to find it there. They get a little bit of a shift in the receive here for VPA. And then she goes to the other seam. Majikowski moving Spencer to her right, and that'll do it for the second set and the match. As Team Just for Fun takes it 25-12 and take the match 2-0, and will qualify for the championship matchup later this afternoon against Team 2.0. And that'll put Team VPA into the bronze medal match that'll take place here shortly. Join us back for that upcoming. Welcome back to the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am Tournament here at the Athletics and Recreation Center on Queen's University campus. It is time for the bronze medal match between VPA and Sweet Diggs. And Sweet Diggs will start us off with the first serve with Livia St. Maurice. Passed up by Richards. Espejo gets over, trying to keep it alive. Goes outside the antenna. Point's going to go to Sweet Diggs. Serve again from St. Maurice. Passed up by Richards. Espejo to the outside. Surson. Passed up by St. Maurice to the outside. Tipped over by Jones. Able to get there is Espejo. Just going to get sent over by Surson. High ball set to Jones. Finds the back corner. Michaela Jones on the swing. And it's a 2-0 start here out of the gate for Sweet Diggs. Olivia St. Maurice on the serve. Passed up by Romanis, but falls in front. And it's another ace here for Sweet Diggs. Float serve, passed up by Richards. Espejo to the outside. Surson swings away, passed up by Willow St. Maurice. Rolled down the line by Jones. Pushed to the outside. Big swing by Spencer, but it's picked up by Boileau. Trying to get the roll along the net was Jones. Can't quite get it to skip over the top, and the point goes to VPA, and that'll bring Jamie Spencer to the service line. Spin serve upcoming for Spencer is short into the net. Gives the point and serve back to Sweet Diggs. Michaela Jones back to serve. Deep float serve by Jones, passed up by Spencer. Set by Espejo into the middle. Touched on the block, sent back by Sweet Diggs. Tipped over the top. And a good find there by MJ Berube. Converts with the tip over top of the block. Served by Jones, short into the net. So the service error from Sweet Diggs. We'll give serve back to VPA. And it's a service error from VPA. Point goes to Sweet Diggs. Good float serve. Passed up by Richards. Espejo into the middle to Tresh. Passed up by St. Maurice. Forearm set to the left side. Boileau swings down the line. Tresh with second ball sent over by Richards. Passed up and set into the middle. And a swing out of the middle by Marieka Wamet. And it's a 7-2 advantage here now for Sweet Diggs in this bronze medal match. Served by Minardis. Passed up by Spencer. Espejo to the outside. Swing by Romanis down the line, but it's scooped up well by St. Maurice. And a swing from Boileau. Surson. Sent over by Romanis. Swing onto the right side as Berube gets up, but the blocks gets over and forces a change in attack angle there from Sweet Diggs. Goes into the net. The point goes to VPA. And Surson back to serve. Passed up by Jones into the middle to Wimet. Finds the back corner with the run out of the middle. And it's 8-3 with Berube back to serve. Passed up by Romanis on receive. Help call from the setter, but doesn't come for VPA, and the point drops to the floor. It's 9-3. It's served by Berube. He's to an overpass and out of play. Off the platform there of Jamie Spencer. Lead now up to 7. It's a 10-3 advantage And a short serve this time into the net for Berube. Gives the point and serve back to VPA. Eva Rumanis back to serve. 3 passers in receive here for Sweet Diggs. Berube calling ins and outs. Float serve, passed up by Jones. Second ball taken by Berube. It's a good one to the outside. Swing by Boileau, goes off the block. Caspeo back to Spencer, down the line over top of the block. As Jamie Spencer finds the gap in the block set up by Livia St. Maurice. Served by Romanis, passed up by Boileau. Set into the middle, tipped over the top. Some misdirection there by Ouimet. Goes with the off-speed shot, able to deflect over top of the block. And goes into the pot, and that'll bring Boileau back to serve. For Sweet Diggs, 11-5 the advantage. Out the back on the service error. Gives a point back to VPA. Movement on serve receive. It passed up well by St. Maurice, and a great set by Livia St. Maurice going against the grain. Comes back to find Ouimet. A great set there by Livia St. Maurice, getting pulled into sort of 3.5 and able to get the flick behind her. As Ouimet with the serve, passed up by Romanis, and the swing by Spencer clips the tape. And the point goes back to Sweet Diggs. Serve again by Ouimet, standing float. Leads to an overpass, chance for the attack now out of the middle. And the cut was there, finds the sideline. As Minardis, with an off-speed shot of her own, is drifting towards the sideline and just catches it on the way through. And a little miscommunication on serve receive, it looks like, and a timeout taken here by VPA as the timeout was called, but maybe not quite granted in time. And then serve receive was caught a little bit off guard there, so it'll be 15-6 in the timeout taken here now. Coming out of the timeout, the advantage 15-6 for Sweet Diggs. Served by Ouimet, passed up by Romanis. It's to an overpass, and the point goes to Sweet Diggs. Float serve, passed up, comes in tight, and the overpass flushed back by Jones. As the run here for Ouimet continues. Short serve coming in, Spencer picks it up. Leads in tight to the tape again. Float serve again by Ouimet. Passed up. Set to the outside. Good cut by Spencer. Boileau with a good touch on the ball. But a good swing with some pace that time by Jamie Spencer. Float serve by Espejo. Set into the middle, trying to cut around was Minardis, but met by a block there by Andre. 18-8 the score for Sweet Digs. Espejo back to serve. Good float serve by Maya Espejo. Good swing though by Boileau to side out for Sweet Digs. Puts an end to the mini run there by VPA. And that'll bring Livia St. Maurice back to serve. Little short float serve there by St. Maurice. Spencer cuts across and it's wide of the court. Good leave there by St. Maurice. As Sweet Digs up 20-8. Passed up by Richards. Set into the middle to Andre. And it'll be VPA called on the net. The point will go to Sweet Digs. And the service run for St. Maurice continues. Passed up by Romanis. Going to stay in play though. Good pass up by St. Maurice to the right side to Berube. Espejo gets it over on third ball. St. Maurice to the outside. Jones swings through off the arms of Richards and out of play. And another point there for Sweet Digs. They are 3 points to push to close out this opening set of the Volleyball Pro-Am bronze medal match. Float serve by St. Maurice. Espejo to the right side. Spencer able to get on it. Boileau there for the dig, but goes off and out of play. 22-9 for Sweet Digs. Topper upcoming by Spencer. Good pass though by Jones to keep it in system. Berube swings away, passed up by Richards. Espejo gets there on second ball. Good swing by Romanis. Great dig, Boileau though. The outside cut down the line, out of play. Point's gonna go to VPA. Another serve upcoming here for Spencer. Passed up by Jones. Into the middle. Cut. Passed up there by Richards. Point goes to Sweet Digs. That'll bring Michaela Jones back to serve. Good serve by Jones. Passed up by Richards. Espejo to the outside. Romanis cuts down the line with a good dig there by St. Maurice. Willow St. Maurice with the set. Boileau recycles off the block. They'll try and go again. Block gets over in time, cuts across. Romanis picks up first ball. Espejo up to Romanis for third swing. Passed up by Jones. Set back to the left side. Boileau. Richards gets a touch. A good find there by Christine Boileau. Brings us to set point here in the opening set. 24-10. As Jones looks to serve out this opening set. Off the arms of Richards and out of play for the ace, and that gives Sweet Digs the opening set. They take it 25-10. Join us back for the second set. You're watching the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am here in Kingston. Bronze medal match between Sweet Digs and VPA. Welcome back to the second set of the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am Championship here in Kingston. Bronze medal matchup between VPA and Sweet Digs. Sweet Digs taking the opening set by a score of 25-10. As Maya Espejo gets the service underway. Set into the middle. Cut picked up, good dig by Espejo to keep it alive. Set to the outside. Jones on the swing. And the first point of the second set goes to Sweet Digs. Pass up by Spencer. Set to the right side, Jamie Spencer down the line. It's a touch on it there as San Maurice. Swing by Berube, squeaks through the block. And another point there for Sweet Digs. Passed up by Surson. It's to an overpass. Berube handles there. St. Maurice into the middle. They try to run it to Menardis. But into the net, the point goes to VPA. Bring Jamie Spencer back to serve for VPA. A spin serve from Spencer. Passed up by St. Maurice. Set into the middle. And out the back on the attack there to the middle by Menardis. And we're tied at 2 here in the early stages of this second set. Serve by Spencer, off the arms and out of play. As the spin serve from Jamie Spencer. Off the platform of Jones and out of bounds. Service ace for VPA. Good serve by Spencer. San Maurice to the right side. Jones off the block there of Romanis. As Sweet Digs finds a way to side out on that one. And that'll bring Jones back to the service line. We're tied at 3 in the early stages of this second set. Passed up by Jones. Espejo gets there. Sent over by Richards on third ball. Set to the left side. Swing down the line by Boileau, but it's wide and out of play. Point goes to VPA. And that'll bring Maggie Farndon back to serve. Short serve by Farndon goes into the net. Point goes to Sweet Digs. 4-4 in the early going here. As Menardis back to serve, passed up by Spencer to the outside. Romanis with an adjustment, kept alive by Andre and Richards. To the far side, off the block. No, they're going to say 4 touches called on Sweet Digs. Point goes to VPA. Harlow Surson back to serve. A 5-4 advantage here in the second set of the bronze medal match here at the Women's Volleyball Pro-Am. Set into the middle. Good cut, though, by Ouimet. Finds the sideline. Point goes to Sweet Digs. They're back on level terms. We're tied at 5. Berube to serve. Passed up by Romanis. Espejo to the outside. Great swing by Romanis, but a great dig, though, on the other side by San Maurice, and can't get it sent over on third ball. Good swing on the side by Eva Romanis, but a great dig by Willow San Maurice. Keeps it alive, and the point goes to Sweet Digs. And an ace for Sweet Digs. It's up to 7-5. As Berube with the ace. Float serve comes to Romanis. Swings away on third ball. Set on the step around to Ouimet. Passed up by Surson. Run the pipe to Spencer. Great swing by Jamie Spencer. To the left side and a big swing, though, from Christine Boileau. It was hard cross on the attack out of the left side. Serve by Berube, passed up by Spencer. Espejo, swing by Rumanis. Dug up by Berube. Out of the pipe, can't quite get it to go is Jones. The point goes to VPA, it's 8-6. Eva Rumanis back to serve. She'll bring Jamie Spencer into the front row. Serve by Rumanis, passed up by St. Maurice, able to get there, no, into the net is Livia St. Maurice. And the point goes to VPA, they trail 8-7. 1-0 lead for Sweet Digs in this bronze medal matchup. VPA looking to fight back and send this one into a third. Passed up by St. Maurice, set into the middle, good cut. Touch on the block, no, it's gonna go out of play. And the point goes to VPA, and we're tied at 8. Serve by Rumanis, passed up by St. Maurice. St. Maurice to the left side, Boileau angles around the block. And converts for the point out of the left side. And it's a 9-8 advantage now for Sweet Digs. Float serve by Boileau, out of bounds on the service error. Back on level terms as VPA will drop back in to serve with Evie Andre. Serve from Andre is a deep float, and it's an ace. Gives the lead back to VPA, it's 10-9. Andre to serve. It's a good float serve just over top of the tape. Sent over on the free ball. Spencer. Pass up, Espejo to the outside. Spencer cuts down the line. A great swing by Jamie Spencer. Berube there to make contact. But good pace on the attack that time by Spencer. The lead now is 2 for VPA. As Andre will go back to serve. Short serve into the net. Point goes to Sweet Digs. And it's 11-10. Richards will come back out for serve receive. Passed up by Rumanis. It's an overpass. Espejo gets there though. Second ball taken by swing cut down the line by Jones, able to find the sideline. And we're tied at 11. Float serve, passed up. Espejo trying to get there, but it gets caught in the net. And the point goes to VPA, the Sweet Digs. 12-11. With Wimet serving. Espejo set to the left side. Spencer high off the block. St. Maurice to the outside. Jones off the arms there of Richards. And it's 13-11. Float serve in to Spencer. Passed up by Espejo to the outside. Good cut by Spencer over top of the block. Set back to the left side. Tipped over by Jones. It's over top of the block set by Espejo and Farndon. And finds the open floor. 3-point advantage restored. Off the hands there of Rumanis. Brought back in. Spencer sends it over on the free ball. And the cut goes across. No contact on the block. Point goes to VPA. And it's 14-12 with Espejo back to serve. Set into the middle. Good cut there by Menardis. Point to Sweet Diggs. As they side out right away. Get it back to a 3-point advantage, 15-12. Good pass up and receive by Richards. Gets it to the outside to Sursit. Sam Maurice out of the pipe to Boileau. Good contact on the block by Farndon. Point goes to Sweet Diggs. And they lead 16-12. Passed up by Richards and receive. Espejo into the middle to Farndon with a great cut around the block. Maggie Farndon with a side out for VPA. Bring Jamie Spencer back to serve. The spin serve for Spencer. Doesn't quite get enough turn on the ball. It carries and goes out the back. A 4-point lead back now for Sweet Diggs. They lead 17-13 and brings Jones back to serve. Pass by Spencer. Espejo to Romanis off the top of the block. Set from St. Maurice to the outside. Kept alive by Boileau. And Romanis sends it back over for VPA. Set to the right side, down the line, and able to find the back corner. On the attack by MJ Berube. Makes it an 18-13 advantage here in the second set. Sweet Diggs looking to close it out as a service error goes into the net. 4-point lead back as Farndon will come back to serve. VPA looking to push this into a deciding third set. As Sweet Diggs looking to close it out and win the Volleyball Pro-Am bronze medal, but it gets served by Farndon. It's another one on the board for VPA. 3-point cushion for Sweet Diggs as VPA trying to trim that deficit even further. It's a good float serve. Pass to the outside, good swing by Boileau off the top of the block by Andre. To the outside, recycled on the swing. Tipped back over and going to be called on the net is Menardis. Point's going to go to VPA. And they are back within 2. As Farndon's service run continues here for VPA. Looking to get back within 1. Passed up by Jones. Set to the outside, swing by Boileau off the block. And then back off of Christine Boileau. Another point for VPA. 18-17. Serve by Farndon. Set to the outside, Boileau swings off the block. Set to the outside, roll this time into the pot by Berube, puts an end to the run by VPA. Point goes to Sweet Diggs. It's a close matchup here though in the second set. 19-17 in favor of Sweet Diggs. Passed up by Romanis and receive, leads to an overpass and put home by Ouimet. 1 point closer for Sweet Diggs. It's 20-17. Float serve upcoming. Pass by Sursin. Trying to get there is Espejo. And a timeout taken here by VPA. Talk things over here in the late stages of this second set. 21-17 is the advantage here for Sweet Diggs, as they are 4 points to close out now to win the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am bronze medal or third place package. But VPA looking to talk things over in the huddle, slow things down a bit and see if they can claw their way back in here. We'll be right back. Conclusion of the timeout. Coming back out of the timeout, 21-17, the advantage for Sweet Digs. Float serve from Sweet Digs, set to the left side. Romanis cuts down the line, and a good swing by Eva Romanis. Gets this one back to 21-18. And it'll bring Harlow Surson back to serve. Good float serve by Surson, passed up by Boileau into the middle. Good cut, great dig by Richards. Set to the left side pin, Romanis tips over the top. Set back to the left side, can't convert. Set comes in a little too tight to the tape for Boileau. Point goes to VPA, they're back within 2, 21-19. Float serve by Surson, passed up by Boileau. Set to the outside, Boileau gets there, passed up by Richards. Espejo, back over, Spencer gonna send it over on the free ball. Sam Maurice to the outside, Boileau down the line. Second ball taken by Spencer, comes across court to Romanis. Trying to go for the forearm set over top for third ball, but gets caught up in the net. Point to Sweet Digs, they lead 22-19. Float serve, passed up by Richards. Espejo gets there, pipe attack, and the block there by Ouimet, reading that one. Great timing there by Ouimet, and it's 23-19. Float serve coming by Berube, passed up by Spencer. Run the step to Andre out of the middle. Set to the left side, good cut back across. Set back to Romanis, down the line, Eva Romanis. The good swing as they pull the setter out of the block scheme and just shift across for Ouimet. And a good swing by Eva Romanis. Brings it to 23-20, and Romanis back to serve. Float serve by Romanis, passed up onto the set into the middle by Saint Maurice. As Ouimet with the attack out of the middle. Brings us to 24-20 and match point here for Sweet Digs to claim the third place bronze medal prize package. Passed up by Richards and receive. Espejo to the outside, off the top of the block, able to get there defensively as Boileau. Could this be the final point? Swing by Jones, good pass up though. And a scramble there to get there on second ball. It's good contact though, that'll do it for the second set. Sweet Digs takes it 25-20 and win the bronze medal match 2-0, 25-10, 25-20. And a great tournament showing for both of these teams as Sweet Digs wins the bronze and VPA finishing in fourth place. So thank you to both of those teams for joining us here all weekend long. And thank you for joining us here for the bronze medal matchup. Gold medal match still to come. So stay tuned for that. You're watching the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am Championship. Welcome to the gold medal match of the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am Championship here at the Athletics and Recreation Center on the campus of Queen's University. It is a best 3 out of 5 championship to determine our gold medalists. As Shanice Marcel, the first swing of the opening set. Set to the outside, off the top of the block on the swing by Mary Stewart. Ellis and Nyhoff get across on the block. As Millen will go back to serve. Pass up by Davison. Ellis gets there. Beatty out of the back row as Megan Beatty swings off the top of the block. Gets the first point of the match for Just for Fun. And we're tied at 1 early on here. Good serve by Ellis. She pulls Emily Faust forward on the serve receive. Passed up by Faust. Set to the outside and a good swing back by Lemire. Gets it to the outside of the block as Davison there on defense, but too much pace on the attack, goes off forearms. And out of play. And a good start from both of these sides here, Zach, early on in this opening set.
Yeah, this is touted to be one of the best matchups of the summer, I think, in terms of women's volleyball. So I'm excited to see who takes home this gold medal match.
And a great run that time from Ellis as she gets Kelly Nyhoff isolated in the 30 gap and swings it through the block. And a good serve by Shanice Marcel. Good cut by Wong, able to pick it up defensively, but the overpass there leads to a putback by Sixna. And Zach, these two met in pool play yesterday, a close matchup that did go the way of Just for Fun, who then by virtue of that winning the pool play and claiming top seed for the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, pool play, you know, as we know in most sports, like it doesn't necessarily mean the winner of what the actual tournament. You know, the President's Trophy curse is a good example of that. So, so we'll see here who comes out on top. Like I said, it's gonna be a good matchup, and both teams have some really star players in their squad. So
4-3 early on here for Just for Fun, and a good block coming across as Veltman and Davison able to close and get over on the swing there by Lemire. As Nyhoff back to serve. Passed up by Palermo. Right into the pipe. It's a good swing by Stewart, but a great dig by Ellis. To the right side, Beatty with the roll shot. Passed up, Millen to the left side, and a great block, a wipe by Emily Faust. Just tools it off the block. Not a ton of shots that Faust could have had there, Zach, but a great decision to go with the wipe and gets good pace on it.
yeah, yeah, they have a pretty good roster in terms of their shot selection. You know, these girls have played at a high level, and they have kind of all the shots in the bag. So it's nice to see that they're pulling out different shots to score points on this really experienced Just for Fun team.
And an impressive run back the other way, though, for Just for Fun. Good set selection by Jackie Ellis coming to the right side, and Beatty swings away. 6-4 the advantage for Just for Fun, and that'll bring Megan Beatty back to the line. A big service run in the opening set of the semifinal did Beatty. Looking for some more of that, and a great dig by Wong. A good swing by Abu, but picked up defensively. And it's going to go the way of Just for Fun with a huge dig by Octavia Wong to keep that one alive after the swing by Christina Abu. Serve by Beatty. It's a good float serve. Millen to the right to Lemire. Finds the back corner. Amy Lemire swings away from the block.
It's a great shot there, deep and long in that corner. So really tough to defend for the Just for Fun squad.
Serve from Faust. Finds the baseline. As that float serve was dancing and caught the line at the very end there. So good
Great call by our lines official there.
Great serve by Faust. 7-6 the advantage. Passed up by Davison. Veltman gets the second ball. Davison swings away off the block. Comes back over. Ellis to the right side to Beatty out of the back row. And a huge, huge plus to have the swinging capabilities and confidence out of the back row from Megan Beatty to swing, whether she's front or back, Zach, and converts out of the C that time.
Yeah, she found the gap in the block there really nicely. So another one that's tough to defend for the 2.0 squad, who's trying to set up that block nicely to funnel around.
Set to the pipe this time. Try to run it to Lemire. Tries to go off speed, knowing the block was set up there by Veltman.
And Kyle, those are the mistakes we talked about that separates the championship winning team from the losing team. So hopefully 2.0 can turn that around with those limiting those errors, and we'll see what happens here.
Deep float serve this time by Davison. I think she knew on contact that that one was going the length of the floor. Service error, 9-7. And that'll bring Christine Abu to the service line. Good float serve that time by Abu. Veltman, forearm out of system, high ball set. Marcel with an off-speed swing, trying to maybe recycle there, Zach, but the block with good timing there and actually deflect it down to the floor without defensive coverage in sight.
Yeah, I don't think the Just for Fun squad there is ready to cover that ball. It's a tough one when it comes straight down like that.
Serve from Abu, finds a sideline. A great location on that serve. Don't blame the receive from Just for Fun for letting that one go, but it's a great dip at the end or on the float serve by Abu, and it catches the sideline.
Yeah, she caught the corner nicely there.
Serve again from Abu. This time finds the back line again. As the serving run from Christine Abu continues. 10-9 the advantage. Christina Abu serving again. Passed up by Wong and the overpass, and Millen puts it away. So the service pressure here from 2.0, giving the receive a bit of difficulty here for Just for Fun. And
yeah, that ball's moving. That ball's moving. Those are tough to pass. Christine's got a high contact point too, so it's a really tough ball for this reception core.
Passed up again, set to the outside. Marcel down the line. She put the last few points of frustration all into one swing there, Zach.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Great attack by Shanice Marcel. Swinging with pace down the line and really tough to pick up. Brings Veltman to the service line. Good serve by Veltman. Can't catch the tail end, though, of that spin.
I think she's still looking for her first ace of the tournament there. I'm sure she'll get some flack from her bench again.
12-10 the lead for 2.0. Again, a best 3 out of 5 here for the gold medal match. Float serve by Millen. Passed up by Davison. Run the step around, but it's met there on the block by Mary Stewart. Just going to get sent over by Ellis on the free ball. Sent to the left side. Stewart with the block. Picked back up. I think Just for Fun looking for maybe a lift call there. Zach didn't get it, but nonetheless, it stays on the 2.0 side of the net, and the point goes to Just for Fun.
Yeah, that's a big block there from the Just for Fun squad. It's tough when they set up such a nicely formed block and they press over the net like that.
Set comes into the middle. Great cut by Sixna. That set looked like it was drifting, Zach, but Sixna able to make that adjustment midair and comes back the other way.
Yeah, great swing there from Sixna. That's why she's MVP or All-Star in this tournament.
Excellent shot by Amanda Sixna. Float serve out the back. Service error that time from 2.0.
It looks like the Just for Fun squad's giving our linesman a little bit of flack there on his calls. I think he's doing a great job myself.
13-12 the advantage here for 2.0. Shanice Marcel with the serve. Passed up by Palermo, set to the right side. Great swing off contact of the block.
Smart shot there from Lemire.
2-point edge restored for 2.0. Good float serve by Sixna. Ellis to the outside. Davison off the block, met there by Lemire and Abu. Back to Davison, wipes this time, recycles. Little confusion there, but it's kept up. Davison gets there. Good defense on the other side to keep it off the net there by Fost. Set overload to the left side, and a good conversion by Davison, but a great sell to the middle by Nyhoff.
Yeah, she's using that line quite well right now. We'll see if the 2.0 squad adjusts and starts blocking that shot from her.
14-13 the lead now for 2.0. Just for fun, looking to pull back on level terms. Passed up by Palermo, second ball by Lemire. Roll shot, the down ball, taken in, and Abu converts on the overpass there by Nyhoff. And no mistake on that one. Great swing by Christina Abu on the overpass.
Yeah, she didn't take any chances there. Sent it home right to the floor.
15-13 for 2.0. Good float serve by Lemire into the middle. Touched off the block on the swing by Veltman.
It's a good little cut off the block there. Kendi Millen tried to help there, and I think that's a good option for the block, but even better shot from the attacker.
Brings Megan Beattie back to the service line here for Just for Fun. 15-14 the advantage. Passed up by Faust. Millen gives it back to Faust. Wong with plenty of time and space to get over. Good swing by Davison, but the block is there between Millen and Abu.
You know, that's something that this 2.0 squad's really like formed together. Is such a great block, and I think this team in Just for Fun hasn't seen quite a big block like that in their time this summer. So we'll see if that keeps proving to be successful for the 2.0 squad.
Float serve drifts out from Mary Stewart. Service error, and the point goes to Just for Fun with Savannah Davison back to serve. Passed up by Palermo. Abu with the attack. It swings with the block coming over. Veltman able to read it.
Great block by Veltman there, keeping her right hand steady over the net. Shut that angle down.
16 points apiece here in the opening set of the gold medal match, 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am. Set to the left side, good tip over, but a good scoop up by Beattie. In tight to the net, Marcel with a swing. It's kept alive on the dig. Just gonna get sent over by Faust. Beattie takes first ball. Ellis to the step to Veltman, tipped over. Point's gonna go to Just for Fun as 2.0 called on the net.
That's a 3-point swing there for Just for Fun. You wonder if the 2.0 squad's going to call a timeout here in the coming points.
17-16, the lead now for Just for Fun. Off the tape, going to pass up Palermo to Millen. To the cross, finds the sideline. Great cut that time by Mary Stewart.
Great shot there on that sharp diagonal by Mary Stewart.
Pass up, right side ball to Veltman off the top of the block, gets recycled. Set back again to Veltman, but misses the block and the court on that swing. Goes wide and we're tied. No, it's a lead now, 18-17. In favor of 2.0. Brings Sixna back into the front row. Christina Abu to the service line. Served by Abu, passed up by Davison. It's an overpass. Kind of a fight at the net's got to go now. Chance for Wong to get set up here. Ellis to the left side. Marcel with a sharp cut around the block. Cuts down the line. Good pass up by Beattie. Marcel tips with a wipe down the line. Smart shot that time by Shanice Marcel. Going off speed and just kind of with a throw tip down the line, Zach.
Yeah, great
tied
shot.
Back at 18.
Great off swing there, off-speed shot, something that the defense wasn't ready for, and that's resulting in a point there for Just for Fun.
Topper on the serve there by Veltman. On the step around to Sixna, read by Marcel. Veltman looking at the out-of-system set, but decides to go over on second ball. Tipped over by Millen, it's effective as Kennedy Millen.
Yeah, that left-handed dump option is so powerful for that 2.0 squad, especially that deep throw. It's really hard to defend.
So they retake the lead, does 2.0. It's 19-18.
What's going on here? Not sure what that holdup was, but
shoelaces maybe. Serve here upcoming by Millen. That one goes out the back on the service error. Savannah Davison letting that one go the length of the floor. That'll bring Jackie Ellis back to the service line. Tied at 19 apiece here in the first set. Passed up, set to 6 now. Can't get the sort of comeback angle to work that time, Zach.
Yeah,
Goes
good
into net.
heads-up play there from Sixton to pass that ball perfect for the setter. I think she was just a little late on her approach from that reception, but yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Serve again by Ellis, catches the tape. A tough blow and maybe a timeout taken here by 2.0, indicating that they're going to take the timeout. Yes. So the run back the other way from Just for Fun, Zach, gets them up 21-19 late in this first set. We'll see if 2.0 can talk things over and get away to side out and pull back to within a single point here.
Sounds good. We'll see you soon.
(21-19) coming out of the timeout, as Just for Fun looking to close out the opening set and take a 1-0 lead in this gold medal match between Just for Fun and 2.0. Kennedy Millen, good save on the set. It's over on the swing by Lemire to the right side. Great swing though by Megan Beattie.
Yeah, as those blockers were reaching out towards the line to close her line angle, they left that cross-court angle wide open, so she took full advantage of that.
It's a 3-point lead now. Ellis to serve. Good location on the serve. Leads to an overpass. Looking for maybe the double on the set there from Ellis. And nope, they're going to get a back row set from Ellis. She was last to contact before going over the tape.
Yeah, tough ball there. Those high free ball passes can be tricky sometimes for the receivers, especially when they're not in position.
Serve by Stewart. High ball by Beattie, just going to allow Ellis to throw it over on the free ball. Millen to the right side, ball off by Lemire. Set back left side, Beattie off the block. Lemire and Sixna there may have caught more of the hands of Amy Lemire.
Yeah, I think so. I think they took her away her line option at the last second there, and it's really hard as an attacker to see that open court when it's coming up so late there.
22-21 now for Just for Fun. Passed up by Davison's a good one and receive. And they get it to Nyhoff. And she's able to convert out of the middle, but a great pass on serve receive to make things easy for Jackie Ellis to make that set. Shanice Marcel back to serve. Spin serve by Marcel. Stewart takes second ball, sets to Faust off the block. As Beattie and Nyhoff put us to set point here for Just for Fun. 24-21 is the advantage. Set point, Shanice Marcel. Great serve again by Marcel. Faust is scrambling. Beattie with the overpass, puts it away.
And that right there shows the experience of that Just for Fun squad, you know, closing that set when the clutch mattered. So hopefully we can see 2.0 bounce back here in the second set and make this game interesting.
1-0 is the lead for Just for Fun at the end of the first set. Join us back for the second in this 3-5 gold medal match between Just for Fun and 2.0. Welcome back to the gold medal match, the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am Championship. Second set action here between 2.0 and Just for Fun. Just for Fun taking the opening set, Zach, 25-21, but a good back and forth until the last closeout by Just for Fun. Millen with the dump right away.
Like we said before, that's a great option for this 2.0 squad. It's really tough when a lefty setter goes up. Really hard to tell what she's doing there with the disguise. So.
Serve here for Kennedy Millen, goes short into the net. So a service error goes into the net, and the first point of the set for Just for Fun is on the board. Pass up by Stewart. Millen set to the outside to Lemire, and a cross-court swing by Amy Lemire. Couple of changes for the 2.0 squad, Zach, as Palermo comes out and Biasi comes in.
Yep, I think they just want to give the servers a different look this set to see if it changes anything.
And we see good dig up by Biasi, but goes over top of the net. Another chance for Just for Fun to swing away.
It looks like
Biasi.
the Just for Fun squad has also made some changes here too.
Gabby Machikowski on the floor, as well as Samantha Clary.
They truly are here just to have fun, eh, Kyle?
And again, a great opening set of this gold medal match that went the way of Just for Fun. 2-2 in the early stages, though. The second set in the best 3 out of 5. Passed up by Biasi. Millen into the middle, and a great run by Sixna. Great route to take there by Amanda Sixna. Just so much pace behind the swing, Zach. Pinballs in between the block.
Yeah, great swing there. You know, that's like I spoke before. That's why she's going to Germany this fall to play some pro volleyball.
Float serve by Sixna. Set into the middle, and a great read there between Lemire and Abu. Taking that swing away from Kelsey Veltman. And a great block there by the 2.0 team in the front row. It's 4-2. And a missed serve that time by Sixna. Just kind of rolled off her hand, I think, on that one, Zach.
Yeah, I think she was trying to find that 5 sideline, switch it up a little bit, but tough one there.
4-3 the scoreline. And it gives one right back on the service error by Machikowski. And we're back to a 2-point advantage, 5-3 in favor of 2.0. With Lemire to serve. To the right side, Stewart able to get there, kept alive and sent over by Biasi. Just for Fun, we'll try to go again, and a great swing that time by Clary.
Straight OT, nothing you can do there.
She gets up over top of the block, great jump there by Clary to get up and swing high. 5-4, and Clary back to serve. Topper upcoming by Clary. Pass up there from Mary Stewart. On the step around to Abu, goes down the line. Finds the back corner.
Great swing and step there from Christine Abu. Getting up nice and high, hitting that deep shot.
6-4 the lead for 2.0 with Emily Fost to serve. Float serve by Fost, though, catches the tape and into the net.
A couple of mistakes early on here for the 2.0 squad. I think they need to limit those if they want to win this game moving forward.
Serve coming from Veltman. Great serve by Veltman. Fost able to get contact on it, but it's an overpass, leads to an opportunity offensively. But Stewart with a huge block.
Massive block.
Reading that one all the way and following on the step around, and a perfect block by Mary Stewart.
Yeah, couldn't have read it much better there, Kyle.
7-5 the advantage. Catches the tape and a big serve from Christine Abu. It's a momentum building here, Zach, for 2.0.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, Kyle. Hopefully this can keep this going.
Good cut on the serve that time by Abu. Leads to an overpass and a joust at the net. Mill into the C ball, tips to Lemire. Picked up by Wong. Back over to Marcel with a roll shot in. Stewart gets there, sent back to Stewart. Not much she could do on third contact there, but a good scoop defensively. Great hustle by 2.0 to keep that alive. Ellis to the outside. Marcel on the block. It recycles. Wong, second ball. Forced inside is Marcel out the back. And a huge .1 for 2.0, one of the best rallies of the tournament.
Yeah, crowd going wild here, bench going wild. We'd expect a timeout maybe coming here from the Just for Fun squad if 2.0 takes another one.
9-5 is the advantage here. Good serve by Abu. On the step around this time. Able to get under and keep it alive. Good defense there by Abu. And a little scrambly on the other side of the net. Marcel on the cut, picked up by Stewart. Millen goes to Stewart again, and Mary Stewart converts on another, and the momentum building here. Good defensive effort.
2.0 here playing some flawless volleyball. It's not much this Just for Fun squad can handle.
Serve again from Abu, catches the tape. Set to the left side, Marcel sides out for Just for Fun. Good powerful attack out of the left side, and Biasi will come back in for Abu. Back to within 4, 10-6. Good float serve, and tipped over by Millen. To the right side to the Majkowski swing. Into the middle and a cut. Good contact there by Biasi. But Nyhoff able to knife around the block and converts for the point. Back within 3. Passed up by Fost to the outside, Stewart. It's like Just for Fun gonna get called on the net. And the point's gonna go to 2.0.
It's a nice break for 2.0 as they were in a bit of trouble there.
11-7, the advantage now for 2.0. Trailing 1-0. Passed up by Wong. Ellis into the middle and a great swing by Nyhoff. That's back-to-back attacks for her, Zach. So Kelly Nyhoff, effective out of the middle. 11-8 with Shanice Marcel back to serve. Off the arms there of Foe, some real estate for Lemire. Can't quite get there before reaching the stands. It's an ace.
Much needed ace there for Just for Fun. It's a good experience from Shanice Marcel to go in there and put in a bomb.
11-9. So 2 points the gap still for Just for Fun. Another great serve. Passed up by Fost. Tipped over the top. Machkowski. Ellis into the middle. It's Nyhoff again. And she's been huge in the side-out game for Just for Fun in the last 3 or 4 points, Zach.
Yeah, another run for Just for Fun, and it's again proving their experience. They don't ever give up, you know.
11-10. Marcel continuing to serve here for Just for Fun, trying to close the gap further. Passed up by Biasi. Spectacular pass and receive. Tipped by Stewart. It's recycled, though. Stewart takes second ball, sets over to Lemire, tries to cut. Rolls out of play, and just like that, Just for Fun, back level. We're tied at 11. So a 5-point run. Timeout taken here by 2.0. What a good fight back there for Just for Fun.
Yeah, we expected the timeout, but hopefully out of the timeout here they can bring some more energy and get the side out they need to keep moving forward.
And we'll be back right after the timeout to finish through the second set. Coming out of the timeout, 11 points apiece. It's a 5-point run for Just for Fun to trim a 5-point deficit to being level at 11 points apiece. Having a bit of screen in the serve. Passed up by Biasi. It's a hard serve by Marcel. Out of system set from Stewart and a swing by Lemire. To the right side, good cut by Majikowski. Millen locates, sets across to Lemire. He'll recycle off the block. Millen back to Lemire. Great swing, and it's dug up by Wong. To the left side. Great cut and a pickup there. Can't keep it alive. But a good swing by Samantha Clary. Pace and location on that attack, that time by Clary. And the lead now back in favor of Just for Fun. Another serve coming for Shanice Marcel. Attacks the seam in between Biasi and Faust. And tough to get a good sight line of it too sometimes, Zach, especially at our vantage point here where you can see where the front row players are kind of taking away some of the vision of the serve receivers.
Yeah, they got their hands up, creating a bit of a wall there, and they're all taller girls anyways, so it's making it really tough on these receivers.
Shanice Marcel moving her serve location here and comes back to force Biasi into making the first play. Good swing, and the ball over the net was Just for Fun. So it's a side out for 2.0, and they're back within a point with Mary Stewart back to serve. Float serve by Stewart. Ellis to the outside. Good cut again by Clary, and met by a block by Kelly Nyhoff.
Tough one there, no coverage from the 2.0 squad. It was a bit of a heads-up play from Amanda Sixton. Tough when you don't have your back row covering you there.
So 14-12, the advantage here now for Just for Fun. Come cross court on the serve to Faust. They said Clary had come in and made a block, made contact with it, so it stays alive. Biasi, forearm set to the right side to Lemire. Contact was there, a good swing, but goes off the block and back off of Lemire for the point for Just for Fun. Nyhoff back to serve. Deep float serve, passed up by Stewart. Millen to the outside to Faust, off the block there of Majikowski. Comes to that near side, Clary trying to find the sideline, but just out of bounds. And a point goes to 2.0. It's a 15-13 advantage for Just for Fun, and they lead the match 1-0. And the overpass leads to a pushback. They're going to say that Abu encroached.
I don't know about that call, but you know, that's why we pay the officials, so I'm going to trust that they made the right call there.
This may not have waited long enough for that ball to come across the plane of the net.
Tough swing there for 2.0.
Float serve, Majikowski going to go out the length of the floor.
You know what they say, Kyle. Ball doesn't lie.
Point goes back to Just for Fun. 16-14 with Amy Lemire back to serve. Deep float serve by Lemire. Set to the left side. Good roll there by Clary. Getting a touch on it was Stewart, but then too tight to the tape there for Faust to do much with it.
Tough break there for 2.0. It was a great dig from Stewart on a tough roll shot.
Spin serve upcoming, good serve.
Great reception.
And a good swing by Lemire.
That was a great point for the 2.0 squad there. That's a really tough serve, and to side out on the first one, that's great. Great to see.
So the pass by Faust and the set to Lemire. It's at 17-15. Passed up by Shanice Marcel. Great run, though, to get Majikowski isolated on the outside. As Jackie Ellis with a great set. that Veltman on the right side. 18-15. Serve from Veltman goes into the net.
The serving woes continue for Veltman there. I know she's still looking for her first ace, and hopefully within the next couple sets she'll be able to get that.
18-16 for Just for Fun. Serve from Christina Boo. Catches too much of the air. That's a deep float. Goes out the back. 19-16. And that'll bring Jackie Ellis back to serve. Good serve by Ellis off the arms there of Fost. Lots of movement on that serve by Jackie Ellis, the tournament MVP, Zach, and a timeout taken here by 2.0 to try to talk things over and find a way to side out and get back into this late in the second set. 20-16 the advantage. We'll be right back after the timeout. Coming back out of the timeout, 20-16 the advantage for Just for Fun on 2.0. Second set of this best of 5. Gold medal match between Just for Fun and 2.0. Passed up by Fost. Mill into the left side to Stewart. Catches the tape.
You see these errors keep piling up there, Kyle. It's a thing we've been talking about all tournament, about taking down that tough Just for Fun squad.
So 21-16. Float serve again by Ellis. Passed up by Stewart on the step around. Good route to Sixna.
Hopefully our scorekeeper there can fix the score, because I don't think he's
21.
No. Scorekeeper's got it all figured out. We're good to go.
22-17. Good serve, though, by Marcel. And tipped over by Stewart. Point's going to go to 2.0.
You wondered there, Kyle, if the ref was going to call her over on that push.
22-18 is the advantage. Off the tape, passed up by Wong. Ellis to the right side, Majikowski. Squeezes through the block. Good effort there by Stewart to get a touch on it. 23-18. As Nyhoff back to the line to serve for Just for Fun. Passed up by Biasi, set into the middle. It's recycled off the block. Stewart takes second ball. Great set to Lemire down the line.
Great swing, great set there.
Converts on the attack. Good out of system high ball set there from Mary Stewart. And that'll bring Sixna to the line, 23-19. A short serve into the net for Amanda Sixna. That'll bring us to set point here for Just for Fun, as they look to take a 2-0 lead in this gold medal match. Passed up by Stewart. To the right side, Lemire off the block. I'm gonna say no contact as Lemire misses hands on the swing. It's 25-19, the second set scoreline. As Just for Fun, one set away from taking the gold medal prize pack and the Pro-Am Cup. Join us back for the third. You're watching the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am. Welcome back to the third set of the gold medal match, the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am. 2-0 is the lead. Set on the step around off the hands. Serve by Ellis. Set goes into the middle, get wiped there by Sixna. Forearm set to the right side. Beatty off the block, kept alive and poked over. Staying right with it. Forearm set by Biasi over to Lemire. Comes back off of Lemire and the point goes to Just for Fun. And they take the first 2 points of this third set. Ellis with the serve. Passed up by Stewart. Comes in tight, good save by Millen. Good set by Wong, allows Clary to stay on top of it. And a good swing by Clary. Good location though on that forearm set though from Octavia Wong. So 3-0 to start this third set. Off the hands there of Biasi. Set out of the pipe to Fost. And the pipe back the other way for Davison. Even with the triple block, Zach, they're able to find a way. Savannah Davison swings hard out of that back row and able to fight through the block.
Yeah, you can see this Just for Fun squad putting so much serving pressure on the 2.0 squad. It's allowing them to run whatever offense they want when the block comes back over.
4-0 to start. Push from Millen a little too far outside as Lemire just has to adjust to keep it alive. And the swing out of the block, and Nyhoff's been excellent in this gold medal match for Just for Fun, Zach.
Yeah, she's doing great. She's hitting those 5 angles really sharp, making it tough for the blockers on 2.0 to take those angles away.
So first 5 points of the set. First 6 points of the set going the way of or Just for Fun. Maybe they'll 2.0 will settle into a timeout here maybe, and they will. Got to settle things down and maybe cool off this service run by Jackie Ellis, but she's the MVP of the tournament. Doing a great job running the offense for this Just for Fun team and strong from the service line. We'll be back after this timeout. Ellis back to the service line coming out of the timeout. 6-0 the scoreline for Just for Fun. They lead the match 2-0. And a float serve again by Ellis. Pass into the middle. Good cut by Sixna. They're able to side out.
Good side out there from 2.0. Nice and easy tip to get them going, and hopefully this can build some energy for the squad now. Get them back in this game.
Float serve, or serve upcoming here from Stewart. Goes into the tape. And that'll bring Samantha Clary back to the service line. 7-1, the lead here for Just for Fun. A topper upcoming here from Clary. Gets some turn on the ball. Millen to the outside, and a block coming across. Beatty and Nyhoff. 8-1, the lead. Great timing on the block that time for Just for Fun.
Yeah, one of those blocks again where they come up and take the line away at the last second there, Kyle. Really tough as an attacker to find that cross-court angle.
Clary to serve. Can't find the court this time. Hit the outside of her hand on that one, or trying to cut too far to over to 5. And it's 8-2. Float serve, passed up by Clary. Set to the right side to Beatty. What a set by Jackie Ellis. And not a ton of space to work with there for Beatty, but Ellis finds it nicely and able to keep her lane through and swings hard. Great attack that time for Just for Fun. Millen to the outside, and an answer from Lemire off the block. No. Misses hands, and it's wide of the court. The point goes to Just for Fun. And that'll bring Nyhoff back to serve.
I don't. I don't know.
There's a towel there that they're holding.
Yeah, let's use.
What is it, blood?
Do we have a towel?
Is it human? Just doing a little floor maintenance here. Serve back in by Nyhoff. Set to the outside, and a block there by Beatty. And another big point there. It's 11-2. Running away with it now, or Just for Fun. 2.0 needs to find a way to side out here and get back into this set. Cycles off from Abu. Great read by Veltman.
Yeah, Kyle, I mean, these are the serves that you kind of need to take advantage of, those standing floats when you're trying to get out of a rotation like this and get back in the game.
12-2, excuse me, the lead now for Just for Fun. And again, they lead the match 2-0. Passed up by Fost. The right side ball and a block there by Davison, but it's out of bounds. Great timing on the block, but Lemire with a great swing on the right side. We might have a bit of a cut on the hand of Davison here. I think they're going to sub Shanice Marcel in for Savannah Davison. She tends to maybe an open wound. But again, 12-3 the advantage here. Good pickup though, able to scramble as Wong, sent over by Veltman. On the step around to Abu. And a good read out of the middle. Lead up to 10 now, it's 13-3.
That's got to be a deflating point there for 2.0. You hope that something can get going here for them, or else I think this game's going to be cut short here.
Megan Beattie back to serve. Float serve there from Beattie. Set to the left side, tip down the line. Beattie able to get there. Push to the left side. The roll shot by Fost. Good pickup by Beattie. Wong can't get there in time. As Beattie kind of taking the space away from her teammates to come help out.
Yeah, it was tough, Kyle, when you don't know where the ball went after you dug it, and tough one there for Just for Fun. But they got points to spare at this point, so we'll see what happens here.
Fost back to serve. It's 13-4. Passed up by Shanice Marcel. Good read there by Ellis. And then just turns on one on second ball. Kept alive, tipped down the line by Stewart. Push to the outside, Shanice Marcel swings through. Good touch by Mary Stewart. Picked back up. Now picked up there. And they're gonna call back row contact out of the C-ball attack there from 2.0. 10-point lead restored, it's 14-4. And Shanice Marcel back to serve. Spin serve from Marcel. Pass comes in tight, good push to the outside. A good swing by Stewart. And a side out for team 2.0. Need to steal some from the line here, Zach, and get some service pressure from Christine Abu. She's got a tough float serve to pass up, so see if she can steal some points here for 2.0. Good handle, though, on the serve by Marcel, and the swing there from Veltman. Gets through the block, and a big side out there from Just for Fun, and their lead is back to 10. Kelsey Veltman back to serve. Spin serve from Veltman is a good one. Millen able to keep. Good swing away as Mary Stewart with some good pace on the swing. Off the hands there of Ellis, but drops in. 15-6. On the step around, great run, but it's a block there by Stewart and Sixna.
Big block there. You hope this could give them some momentum here moving forward, get them back in the set.
Nyhoff with the swing, but it's blocked. 15-7. Served by Millen, passed up by Clary to the right side to Beattie, and another block from Sixna and Stewart. And a good couple of 3 points in a row now for 2.0. Back within 7, it's 15-8. Deep serve, well out the back this time. And a service error. 8-point lead restored at 16-8. Serve from Ellis gives one back.
Yeah, I think for the 2.0 squad to come back here, they pretty much have to play flawless the rest of the set here, Kyle.
And they'll start from the service line with Mary Stewart. Set into the middle. They keep it alive. Good set by Millen to the right side, and a good swing by Lemire. And just for fun, called on the net just to add to it, but a good swing by Amy Lemire. The right side turns down the line with a big, powerful swing. Serve by Stewart. Set to the left side by Beattie off the block. She's going to get sent back over. They'll try again to Beattie again on the left, off the top of the block this time. Drops down to the open floor. 17-10. And Samantha Clary back to serve. Topper from Clary finds a sideline. No. Gonna be out of bounds.
Couple of laughs here from the Just for Fun squad as they thought that was in, but our linesman made another great call, called it out, and yeah, they got to move forward now.
Float serve by Stewart, passed up by Marcel. To the right side pin to Beattie, and the block there with Faust and Abu. It's a 5-point gap here now, Zach. Was it 10 points just a few moments ago?
Yeah, you can see the comeback mounting. I hope that this 2.0 squad can keep it going.
Another serve coming from Stewart. Sixth, excuse me. Swing away, Beattie making sure this time that she won't get beat by the block. Swings up over top, 6-point gap now, 18-12. With Kelly Nyhoff back to serve. Off the arms on serve receive. Stays in system though, Faust off the tape. Passed up Ellis, second ball Nyhoff. A little tight for Marcel, but able to keep it alive. Into the middle, good scoop on defense by Clary. Great job by Just for Fun to keep it going here, great rally. Sent over on the free ball. Clary passes up, Ellis to the right side, Beattie off the block, comes back over. Caught Veltman on the way through. It's 18-13. Serve upcoming by Amy Lemire. To the outside, Marcel off the block. Kept alive by Stewart, sent over on the free ball. Taken by Veltman. To the outside again to Marcel. Kept alive defensively and sent back over. Just for Fun, try again, and Veltman. What a great cut there by Veltman. And dropping that left side shoulder, Zach, cutting away from the block. Swings hard into one. Great way to end the rally.
Yeah, definitely a good turn back there from Kelsey Veltman. You can see that experience shining through there in that moment.
19-13. Over to Lemire, good angle on the shot, but picked up by Beattie. To the outside, Marcel rolls over the top. To the outside, Faust comes back cross, but it's out of bounds. And now a 7-point gap now for Just for Fun, Zach, as they look to close this one out in straight sets and claim the gold medal and top prize package here at the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am. Set from Millen on the step around to Abu, picked up by Millen. Second ball, it's kind of get eaten up in the net a little bit. Not a whole lot of space to work with there for Christine Abu. And it's 21-13. Timeout taken by 2.0. So again, they're facing a 8-point deficit here, Zach, in the third set. Join us back after the timeout. See if 2.0 can close the gap. 21-13 coming out of the timeout. Just for fun, 4 points to push now to take top spot in the tournament. Both timeouts burned for 2.0 in this third set. Faust passes up Millen to the outside, cuts back across, picked up by Wong. Set back to the far side and sent over. Went to the left side, roll by Faust, picked up by Wong. To the right side, Beatty through the block. Great swing by Megan Beatty. It's enough pace, catches the block of Abu on the way through. And it's 22-13 as Beatty continues her service run. Good serve by Beatty. To the C ball, good swing by Lemire. Marcel. Gets it back over with her back to the net. Picked up there, trying to scramble to get there as Wong and Ellis.
This Just for Fun squad's really making them earn their points over there. So it's really tough on that 2.0 squad right now.
Chasing after everything and keeping a lot alive. And they hold on to an 8-point lead, 22-14. Float serve upcoming by Faust. Passed up and a swing on the left side. Beatty takes first ball. Ellis into the middle, having to adjust as Veltman. Set into the middle to Abu, and Veltman reads the block well that time. Zach just getting a hand in the way of the attacking lane there of Abu, and a huge block for Kelsey Veltman.
Yeah, like I said before, coming up late with that block, it makes it tough on the attacker. You don't see it coming, and then you think you have the angle, and it gets taken away from you real quick.
23-14, Shanice Marcel back to serve. Passed up there by Palermo. The outside, off the block, passed up by Beatty now. Push from Ellis to the outside, Clarney, kind of a roll shot, recycles, tips it back over, can't get it to fall. (23-15). And a short serve that time by Christine Abu goes into the net. And Zach takes us to championship point, 24-15 here in the third set. And it's Veltman to the service line.
Will Veltman get her first ace of the tournament here?
And what a time and place to do so. Maybe claim the gold medal. And a spin serve into the net. 24-16. And a second championship point here is the serve from Millen. Passed up by Wong. It's an overpass and flushed back, but kept alive by Clarney. Nyhoff off the block. Able to scramble to get there. Beatty to the outside. Clarney down the line. Off hands, Biasi to the outside, swings through. Wong gets there. Ellis gets there. Beatty sends it over on the free ball. Sixna takes first to the right side to Lemire. Off the block and the tool. And another championship point survived here for 2.0. Still a mountain to climb, but it's 24-17 with Millen back to serve. Played up by Wong. Have a last-minute decision to do so, and a miss hit on the swing by Clarney. So 3 points in a row to stave off championship point. Millen back to serve again. 24-18. Good pass by Wong into the middle, and they put an end to the swing from Kelly Nyhoff as Team Just for Fun are the 2025 Women's Volleyball Pro-Am champions and will take home top prize. Second place going to Team 2.0, and thank you so much to both teams and all the teams for competing here this weekend, and to all of our sponsors and volunteers for putting on such a great championship. And Zach, thanks to you and Jake for putting on a great show as always, and we look forward to the Pro-Am Men's Championship taking place at the beginning of July.
Yeah, thanks so much, Kyle. Appreciate your help here with the commentating. You know, you do such a great job, and it makes this tournament run so amazingly. So we really appreciate it. And we'll see you guys in July, July 5th and 6th for the men's tournament. Thank you.